All right, Shalom. First off, we want to give all praises, honor, and glory to
Yahweh.
We want to give double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone and the sincere Shalom to all the Akim out here that's doing and pushing the work in truth and in sincerity. We the Hebrew Israelites, and we come in week in and week out to prophesy the downfall of America, which is known as Babylon the Great, according to the Holy Bible. Okay? And we're here to reach the elect of our people, okay, which are the 12 tribes of Israel. Jacob got his name changed to Israel, okay? And the Lord delivered his people from out of Israel. And when we talk about his people, we talk about his sons, his family, his lineage from out of Egypt, okay? And he made them a nation, okay? And he gave them the law, statutes, commandments that we're supposed to live by, okay? So right now we see the condition of our people, okay? Following after Esau, lost, okay? And we have to warn our people from the oncoming destruction that's about to happen, okay? Because we see, you know, the consequences of the actions that we have to face as far as our punishment, okay?
Yep, this is Ezekiel 3:17. Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore hear the word at my mouth and give them warning from me.
Right. So when we speak and we come out here on the streets and say what is written in the Bible, okay, this is really the Lord that's speaking, man. But a lot of people, they just walking by and they don't even care about the Lord whatsoever until they go to church. Right. Or until something happens to them.
Now that's when they call on the Lord. And you see the stuff in Ukraine, you look at the comment board, everybody talking about God be with them. My prayers, my prayers. That's our people.
Yep. Ukraine don't care about you at all, man. When we were into slavery, these nations that come try to, you know, fight or stop the slave ships or, you know, come here to stop it. Okay? They watched us go into slavery.
Yep. And then the funny part is, and he finally came out with it that Ukraine was provoking Russia from the start. So all these prayers went up for Ukraine. Meanwhile, these people's over here is starting the shit.
It's like Babylon is promoting. What'd you say?
All it is called the bingo.
Yep. Which Babylon is now promoting Russia to trouble. Right. So that's why, you know, Putin is really getting in, you know, in that spirit of being built up.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, this is like workout for Putin, man.
Right.
She already thought about this before, right? This stuff even happened.
Apparently,
he's already setting himself up for the war.
Yeah, apparently he's been planning it since I think 2016, as far as I read.
Well, you got the Cold Wars.
Yeah, that's true.
That's been going on in the 80s. Yeah, they was trying to get the weapons and stuff like that, building up the nuclear arsenal.
Yep.
You know.
Yep.
So that will watch that. They're going to use those missiles, man.
People think they just sit there for decoration, a scare tactic, you know, intimidation. You know, come on, man. I got it. This is the book of which I was just now saying, the book of Proverbs, chapter 1.
And there was more than that.
This is a real quick point now.
Yeah.
Book of Proverbs, chapter 1, verse 26. It says, I will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come up upon you, then shall they call upon me.
Well,
but I will not answer.
When they say whirlwind, right? What does a whirlwind do? A whirlwind blows in many forms and directions. You know, so that distress gonna hit you in all kind of directions, right? And that's going really, you know, to the troubles and those missiles. They're going to come as a whirlwind. And chariots. Chariots are whirlwind. Yep. A lot of people, they see Independence Day and blessings. They see Independence Day and War of the Worlds and movies like that. You can do that for us. What is it? War of the Worlds, Star Trek, you know, all that. Yep. They see those type of shows, not even taking into consideration that those things are going to actually, come to pass and happen.
Right. Right.
This Matthew chapter 24, verse 6. It says, "And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet."
Right. And we hear about, the things that go on the other side of the world, through the news. But you got to go deeper than what the news say, because we're not there to actually see, a top Russian general or Iranian general, get shot down, or a missile attack actually happened. You familiar with the Hebrew Israelites?
How are you doing, sir?
How you doing?
Okay, I'm all right.
He got a hat, child of God. Okay, all right.
I'm actually going to do that, but I just had to stop. You know what I mean? I don't want to,
Gotcha.
I don't come to disturb nothing. That's not what I'm doing. I just want to show you my my before and after, man. My ex-gang member,
Okay.
years in prison, man. I gave my life to Christ when I got out last time, man. Put the guns down.
Right.
I put the drugs down, brother. And I just
Right.
wanted to show you my before and after picture, brother.
Okay.
That's it. Can I do that?
Yeah, sure.
That's it. You know what I mean? And you can see that the demon possession. You know what I'm saying?
Some of us was into that too.
So you know what I mean? So
We-
what I'm saying is you know what I mean? I'm living worst one in my family, brother. You know what I mean? Everybody locking doors behind me and all that, kicking,
Yep.
all that. So
Black sheep.
black sheep, the whole
sheep is sharp.
Can you see that, brother?
There we go.
You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
All right.
So he took me
Right.
he took me out of the pit, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm a little bit seasoned, so I know not to, come and
No, you're supposed to argue for the
I'm
truth.
not gonna do that because I already know how this thing goes. I just wanted to tell you that the Lord loves you, and you guys have a wonderful day.
Yeah, we like to pull the scriptures out. Now, see, there's a deception where the Most High will have this devil wake you up, right? This devil, just for another purpose. It's not that, like, guys that converts over to the Christianity doctrine, it makes them softer, sweeter. They don't have the manly, rough texture anymore. But maybe he'll wake up and come to the real doctrine. I don't know. But those are different. There's different levels of waking up to the scriptures. You got some who wake up. What's that in Daniel 12? Some wake up to everlasting life, and some that wake up to everlasting content, shame. So there's a lot of people who have stories that they've woken up and they turn their life over to Christ. But then what happened is you wind up turning your life over to those devils because that wicked sign should be up. You wind up turning yourself over to them because they're helping you continue in your ignorance, right? They're helping you continue to follow this society in a manner of Christianity. They still got you yoked because ultimately when that thing comes out and you got to put your hand in the thing, you're going to wind up taking it because the Christian said so.
To avoid all confrontation, and part of waking up to the true knowledge is confrontation.
Yep.
That means you want to avoid confrontation when he probably got jammed up.
Yep.
That means you're going to want to avoid all trouble. When that time comes, so you will be one of the first ones to stand in that line and get that karama in you, man.
He just turned himself over to a new form of slavery, a peaceable slavery.
You better really.
Yeah, that's it. Emancipated.
Yeah, you better off dead than serving these devils, man.
Yep.
Than trusting in these devils.
You ain't no different than look. There's when you get destroyed by the destruction, it's not going to be like you was a good 2/3.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying? You was a better 2/3.
No,
So
2/3.
you're going to get less of the flame.
Yeah.
I get it.
Get it hard.
Might get it harder.
Because the two-thirds is two-thirds, man.
That's the scripture that said they have a zeal of the Most High,
Right.
but not according to knowledge.
Right. So if we, we got into it with this guy, it would be all for you telling me God
Right,
didn't say
revert back to his
everybody,
old ways.
It might, yeah.
You might got a gun in that DoorDash bag.
You telling me, man, can't get saved, man? What my mama, bro? Boom. Just kill us, man. Shoot us.
Somebody get Isaiah 8:21. I'm looking for something else.
You also got Romans, the 8th chapter.
Yep. I'm looking for something else. Read that, Romans 8:21.
All right, this is the book of Romans. So like in this book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 21.
I mean Isaiah 8:21. He had it, I think, right? Isaiah 8:20. 8:21.
8:21.
Yeah, wherever it starts.
I got it right here. Oh, okay. 8:20.
Yeah.
Now, this is Isaiah 8:20. To the law,
You can get 2 John 1:10 out.
to the law, and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word,
To this word, you gotta emphasize that. Read it again.
to the law, and to the testimony,
Which is not read into the Christian church. They don't read the Bible. Okay.
if they speak not according to this word,
Right.
it is because there is no light in it.
So you can say you turned over to Christ. You got Israelites that say they turned over to the Lord. That don't mean that they have the light.
Right. And then in some cases,
So, yeah, in some cases it's stepping stones.
no, in some cases, some guys is right. Like the scriptures talk about, we supposed to put flames to death.
Right.
Sodomites to death.
Right.
We supposed to do those type of things. But we
Right.
can't do it because of these guys. We supposed to put trannies and abominations to death.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times, a nigga ain't thinking about that type of stuff. They the niggas that try to sleep with other man's women and stuff like that. Thinking that the block is theirs, but who on the block?
Right. Hey, but the Christians will tell you when you first convert, the laws is done away with.
Right.
That's the first thing they say. So this is a lawless Negro who following Jesus Christ.
Right.
The same people who were lawless and destroying us.
Right. You return to Christ, like you said. This Christ is lawless. So what is the change?
You just went from one level of Negroism to another level of coonism.
It's just like slavery. The south to the north is still a slave. It's a different level of slavery, but it's still a slave.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. You went from a worse slavery to, I guess, a more comfortable slavery.
Right.
Pretty much.
I've turned my life looking at before and after, and I'm looking. You just went from one demon to another. What the scripture says?
All the niggas out here.
Yeah. What the scripture? Yeah, they hire anybody. The scripture says Satan transformed himself to an angel of light.
Right.
So we looking at his images from the gremlinism, niggerism, to the so-called light. But really, they're two niggas. There's
Right.
one, you can see it. The other one, he's put on a front.
Yeah.
Read that. 2 Timothy 1. John, 2 John.
Yeah. 2 John
1 and 10.
1 and 10. Yep. It says, if there come any unto you and bring not this doctrine,
Right.
receive him not into your house,
Right.
neither bid him the house speak. Speak. So
Yeah, so we got a bit, now that we do live peaceably amongst men. So we say, all right, man, because we don't want the confrontation. But for the most part, he's one nigga to a transformed nigga, right? He's just that, but the worst nigga is the one like that, because he's covering it up. Like a beautiful woman. The woman, when you see a woman that's a demon, you want her to show herself a demon when you meet her. So you know. But when you're with her and then all of a sudden she transforms into a demon, you're like, what the fuck just happened?
that's more devilish than anything.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how Esau deceit comes. Yeah, deceit.
Yep. In fact, somebody get in the apocrypha. You can who got in their phone? Okay. Yeah, we gotta get the Bibles out. You know, the sister gave us some Bibles. You know, they got the 1611 in it. They're a little hard to read, but we use it at study and stuff like that.
A lot of the Christian churches, which we came, it's crazy how that goes, right? You come from the streets, and then you find something worse. You go back into what we escaped from, you know? Not that we left from the Christian church and went to a street mentality, you know? Because the streets, they make up their own laws just like how the freaking Christian church say that there ain't no laws, you know? No snitching and stuff like that. You know, you can just do whatever you want. But we realize that Christian church is not the way to go.
Right.
You know? When you ask something?
Yeah, so I think it's Rock 12 and 10.
Never trust our enemy.
But it goes on from there. That's why I wanted to read that.
Yeah, I recently read it. I pulled it out in a video. I was like,
yeah, you got to keep reading that.
that's what I like doing now. That's a
When you pull out a scripture, try to read the whole chapter.
When you go into the streets, Esau is the catalyst for why our people act the way that they do in the streets. He the one who put the drugs and the guns and made the niggas. Okay? The same way for the Christian church. He's the catalyst for that too. How a devil gonna tell you how to worship God, man? Okay? And then a devil will condemn you for the same acts that he's doing.
Hey, they'll pass laws about plane being a plane. You ain't supposed to do that. Well, no, they'll pass laws for that. They agree to that. Yeah, but or you know, they know that you're not supposed to commit adultery, but then they'll commit adultery. They'll tell you not to commit adultery. That's what I wanted to say. They'll say not to commit adultery, not to be a flame, but then they flames in committing adultery,
or not to be a pedophile.
right?
They're coming to all.
But then you got some of them, but not only flames, because if you're a pedophile, you know, you're more like a flame because you're gonna mess with the boys. So some of them are flames, adulteresses, and freaks.
Murderer.
Yep.
They agree to it, so it's like that. And that's when they go back to you ain't got to worry about the law. Don't worry about it.
Of course they said that.
Goes back to. You know, so now they can have the excuses to say, hey, you know, you can come in as you are, don't worry about it. You know, and it's like, no, man.
Well, the reason why that happened, that goes back to slavery. They had the slave Bible, and they told us to do away with those laws because those laws represented our customs and traditions. So they told us don't follow the law. So that doctrine you see now, that went back. This Christian doctrine that goes back to the 1700s during the Reformation. You know. All right, go ahead and read Sirach 12 and 10.
Yeah. It says, never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness.
So that guy that came up, he trusts in Jesus Christ. That's an enemy.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the people who was doing these things, they use religion as a way of controlling our people. You know. So
it goes on.
Yeah, the word religion comes from Latin words religious, which means to restrain.
We were just talking about that. Verse 11, it says, though he humble himself,
Yeah.
he came, you know, it says, though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him.
Now, that sounds like the Flavians and the Patricians that we read about in Revelation 13. That sounds a lot like it. They show themselves as the sheep, you know, but really they're the dragon pretty much. You know,
Yep. Wolves in sheep's clothing.
Wolves in sheep's clothing. That sounds like that's what that is, man. You know, speaking sweetly with his lips. That's what vocab does, man. That's why I pulled that out.
Yep.
It was vocab, man. He got on GMS Get This Work. He was saying because vocab was told about the brother that said, "Hey, man, we're gonna be, you know, picking up tanks and tossing them bitches, you know." And you know, he get on vocab, get on there. He do that a lot, man. Yeah, those guys in GMS, you know, they're great. You know, they're great talent. They're very talented. Whoever did that last sequence was very talented.
Yeah.
Like, man, ain't nothing but flattery, man.
Yeah. He got on. He got on it going on my page and said, "Man, you're talented. I don't know why you don't have more subs."
And that's what the devil does.
Then I did a video. I did a video on white Hebrew Israelism, right? Because they got white Hebrew Israelism that started in the 1700s. The same shit that he says black Hebrew Israelism started.
Right.
So he responds. He don't say that he responded off of what I did, but I brought that out about white Hebrew Israelism called British Israelism. You can look it up. Right. And he goes and do a video. What's the difference between Anglo Israelism and Hebrew Israelism? But notice he didn't put black in there. See, if he said white Hebrew Israelism, black Hebrew Israelism, he had to say white Hebrew. See, notice he said Anglos. Yep. He didn't say white.
Right.
You know how they call us black Hebrew, the BHIs? Yeah. But when he did that response, notice he didn't put BHI in there. Because notice, why did he call him white Hebrew Israelism? Right. He changed it and called it Anglo Hebrew Israelism.
Yeah, they don't have
what a devil, man.
No precepts to back up anything that they say. I got a freaking the white Hebrew Israelism 12 tribes chart that they got, and they got like the British, the British, the French, Wales. They say that Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Judah, they say that those are the rats. You know, and that the Benjamin and Levi scattered with them. Right. You know, Norwegians and stuff like that. So these people, they try to where's the white Hebrew Israelites or Israelism? Right. People out there with their 12.
Yeah, but here's the problem though. They allowed to separate themselves and call themselves of those particular nations. Right. And say we're nothing. But when we say no, that's us, then here comes the vocab. Wait a minute. Them people in Egypt who's not the real Egyptians quoted Isaiah 19 where it says my people in Egypt, they're now claiming to be the people of God. We're the only ones not allowed to call ourselves the people of the Most High.
And even
what's up with that?
Even our own people got a problem with that. You know? Got a problem with us being called the people of God, man.
Yep.
You know, calling them that, telling them that they Israelites. They don't want to hear that.
Nobody has nothing to say. Yep. The 12, they got a tribes chart, which they was kind of pushing that back in the fucking 60s. That's crazy, man. But then when we do it, it's a serious problem. We're the only ones not allowed to hate. And then them people over in that land that claim to be the chosen people, why don't they have synagogues set up in the neighborhoods? Why ain't they trying to spread the gospel? They allowed to keep it to themselves?
They don't accept anybody. You know, they don't accept just anybody. And then you got people like the woman last week said she was an Israelite and still believe that she could, and still believe that everybody could be saved. So what the hell is the point of being knowing that you're an Israelite, man?
But you know that she was an Israelite, but don't even want to be submissive to her husband. You know, she say that he's not a believer,
and he is damn sick too.
First of all, if you're a woman and you got a so-called Israelite man, or I'm saying not so-called Israelite man, why are you concerned with other nations? That means she got lust for Edom, man.
Right.
Why? You know why? She probably in one of them high rises, man. Right. She probably on the 38 deck. God damn. They might even be on the roof. They probably got a pool up there and shit. I wouldn't be surprised. They probably got a pool there. They doing freaky shit up there, man.
For promotions and shit. You know, I was watching a series not too long ago. They showed that, you know, she was having sex with a boss and shit.
They do that all the time, man.
Yeah, she said she was at work. You know, she said she was at a promotion. She wanted a promotion or some shit.
You get 21 and 15.
Guys, good.
Yep. This is Jeremiah 6:10. To whom shall I speak and give warning that they may hear?
And those are his servants. Yep. According to Amos 3 and 7. You know, that the Lord will reveal his secret unto his servants, the prophet.
You know, and Psalms 148:14.
Yep,
It's the saints.
Yep. He sold his word unto
147 and 19.
You know, and the other nations, they don't know it. So a lot of these people, as much as they say that they believe in God, they're not really the servants of the Lord, you know.
Behold, their ear is uncircumcised, and they cannot hearken.
Yeah, well, we read scriptures that say that the Lord is not that this is not wrestling against flesh and blood, you know. But yet you still have the people that try to make it a black and white thing, you know. The scriptures, yeah, you got the scriptures that see, it wouldn't be a problem if they were to say that, you know, that 12 that chart that they had came up with, you know, they make that like you said. When we say it,
It's them.
yeah, it's only us. Y'all gotta speak for us, you know. There are, when we bring out this sign, that's for the people that were scattered to this part of the world, okay, in the Americas, okay. So the 12 the tribe of Issachar, for example, they could be in freaking France, you know, they could be in China and look like a freaking Chinese man.
But the majority of people were put here.
Yeah, right. And they were brought here for judgment. Okay? Now, the scriptures talk about that the Lord is going to recover his people again in the isles of the sea and all over the place, man, where they have been scattered. Isaiah. We go ahead. It says, get that too. Isaiah the 11th chapter. Deuteronomy 11. Yep, to set that up, you got Deuteronomy 28 and 64. Get that one first.
Behold, the word of the Lord is unto them of reproach. They have no delight in it. Right? That's what that's what Alice was going into. You know, they can have all the, you know, belief systems all they want, right? We can't have shit. Right. But once we out here teaching, you know, they have our own people have no delight. Why? Because they want, you know, Esau to have all the religions and beliefs, but not them. They want to stay stuck eating their pork, crabs, and shrimp. You know, picking up collection plates off of a remote control car.
You get that Deuteronomy 28. Yeah.
But you got it. That was pretty much it.
So our people, when we get scattered to these other nations, our people start doing the stuff that these other nations start doing, and make their own little religion, their own way, you know, and end up being a god. You know what I'm saying? Then you go to Egypt, like Joseph, doing all the stuff that, you know, because Joseph helped make Egypt great, along with Israel. The next thing you know, they praised them, set them up. Look at Japan, the samurais. That came from us.
They say you have to have black blood to be a samurai. So that proves that it came from us.
Right.
Yeah, them Christians, they also teach that the reason why we were born in slavery, because we was cursed black from the curse of Cain. The curse of Cain is supposed to have been black. Where in the Bible does it say a curse is to be black? I can show you the curse is to be white. Right. And Numbers 12, that story, I believe it was in Kings. I think you brought up. I can't remember the whole story when the person had lied and they was kept pretty much cursed white. I can't remember.
Oh yeah.
It was a few times. Quite a few times. That happened. And Cain was one of them.
Right.
So they try to say everybody was white. But in that climate, everybody was white. The Most High created a species of all white people, right, to get burnt by the sun.
Right.
Now, normally, when you look at the population of the insects, spiders, roaches, and various others, they all got color. But then you get a few albinos, right, that'll have a white complexion. Albino they don't have no melanin. Yep. Melanin is a given. It's a gift.
Right.
You know, you're supposed to have that.
Yeah. But with this devil, we try to make it seem like all the great people in the world were white. You know, that goes into the scriptures. Job 9:24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the face of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?
Like dirt. Dirt is brown. It's supposed to be. You know why the grass is green? Because it has what you call chlorophyll. And everything has, because what you have is UV rays that are dangerous. But the Most High, it was set to do that for the what they call germinization of plantation, right? But that's why the Most High gave you filters. It's like a filter. Like when you get a light bulb, right, and you see that little tint on there, that's a filter, so it don't hurt your eyes, man. Everything is filterized. So the dirt has melanin or a form of melanin protection. Plants and grass have protections. Hell, even the dogs and cats got the fur for a reason. It's a filter.
When you look at a polar bear, you say a polar bear, they're black.
Yeah. Some white, but then they got the fur, and then they got their eyes got tint on it. They sort of have that dark tint on it.
Right.
Thinking what was that Song of Solomon where it said I'm black and beautiful?
Yeah, 1 and 5.
Yep. So if it said I'm black and beautiful, that don't sound like a curse to me.
I'm about to say Esau reminds me of the of an albino spider. Albino spiders are attracted to cars, and mostly they hide in them so they can be protected from against the sun.
Yeah.
Albino spiders are attracted to color.
Let me say this: where is there ever history of Edomites being dispersed among the whole world? You know?
Yeah, where's the curses at? If they're the biblical people of God, so all that stuff that happened to us means nothing.
Right.
Great. Do you know what they said? Because we were cursed by God. Yes, we were. But we were the people of God. That's why he curses.
Right.
Deuteronomy 28 clearly puts what happened to us, man.
Right.
Where in the Bible does it show them doing that?
Go ahead. Read it.
They want to do all the hell. They want to give us all the hell, but then they don't want to. They want to take all the credit for the hell we caught. You bunch of goddamn devils, man.
Hey, go ahead. Bring it out.
Read it out, bro.
Yeah, it's Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 64. And it says, and the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from one end of the earth even unto the other.
When did that happen to so-called white people? Go ahead.
Yeah.
They scattered themselves.
And
The
then,
Lord didn't scatter them. They scattered themselves. They went about themselves.
Right.
And they didn't take. When he said scattered, when you keep reading, he took us and we was taken and put into slavery.
Right.
You don't scatter yourself, you get scattered.
Right.
Like when you got you got a handful of sugar, you ain't meaning to throw it all on the ground. It's when it gets dropped on the ground, it becomes scattered.
Right.
You take that handful of sugar, you put it in something you baking with. When it falls out of your hand and it comes between your fingers, it becomes scattered. And we fell between the Most High's hand, man. Go ahead.
yeah, and it says, and there thou shalt serve other gods.
All right.
That's going back into the British. Our people are going to be following the British crown. They're going to be following the Islam and various other doctrines.
Right. And we put that into the white Hebrew Israelism perspective.
Right.
Right.
Where did that happen?
When did that happen?
It says, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known.
Right. So, for example, they always believed in this, right? The KKK, they'll throw a whole state into a nigga's yard, right? So that means that they going off there, right? As far as the serving of wood and stone,
Yeah, which it says even wood and stone. Yeah.
they following all these other gods. So that means that the so-called white man, which they have been following for the longest in history, their beliefs, that they was always right. So we're our people. We're the ones who converted to that. We never believed in that stuff. Okay, we didn't believe in this.
And see, white people took the crown and they made it theirs. So a lot of you white people, you don't even know your own history. You might say, okay, I'm Irish or something like that. But do you know, going back to that British Israelism, a woman named by the name of Tia Tappy, this is no bullshit. Her name was Tia Tappy, went and merged and met and laid with a French soldier, right? And had a child, and they claim the lineage came out of that Judite child from a woman. That's the history of it. Tia Tappy is a progenitor, right, of the Judites.
That's the same thing they try to do.
Get the hell out of here. That is a bullshit.
Well, that's the freaking that's what they try to do.
Yeah.
They try to say that it go by the lineage of the woman.
Yep.
You know, the scripture say it go by the great. Yeah, the scripture say that it goes by the father.
Right.
You know, not the woman.
Who the hell is Tia Tappy?
Yeah.
That's it's all that shirts, man. That's black culture, man. Black culture, black identity is mainly made for the woman, man. You see what they do with the black BLM. Every time I see BLM, it's always a line of women, you know, on the front. Well, they was down there, Ukraine, I think. You know, a line of women. You know, come on, man.
You look at Christianity. You know, the Virgin Mary,
Yeah.
Queen Mary. You know, as they went, Mary had a little lamb and all that stuff. You
Talking
know,
about Yahushua.
yeah.
But they saying they uphold Mary because she gave birth. They're going by the lineage of Mary, which she had a lineage, but out of her was the lineage of from the Most High.
I mean, at least women knew how to be mothers back then. Goddamn, you know.
But they Yahweh Shah wasn't with that, you know.
Yeah. And then
He said, "Who is my mother?"
yeah,
You know, who is my brother?
women can't carry off the lineage.
Yeah, that's
The
why.
lineage stops with, with that.
That's why it was important. That's why it was always a great thing to have a son. Now they make it a great thing to have a daughter. You know, and say love the son. Which, to be honest, man, what the hell we want with this place anymore, man? We want this place to go. We want this place to burn.
But even Yahushua said, "I'm the root and offspring of David."
That's right.
Why did he say of Mary? What's up with that?
It's common sense. It's common sense, right? How does a woman get pregnant? I mean, you know, you have many people up here that sit up there and say, "Hey, no, I come from a woman." How does you come out of a woman? Let's put it like that. You carry on some of the DNA from it. That's why that's why it's a requirement to have a male and female, right? A male and female.
Yeah, what's wrong with being a woman?
Yeah, but but from the very start, how does a woman get pregnant? You answer that question, you answer all the questions that you have about that. Then we ain't gotta go no further.
Common sense.
It's common sense. How in the world does a woman get pregnant? That's it. That's what you gotta do.
Romans 1 and 3.
That's just
You got Numbers 1 and 18.
I had brought out this other. I kind of want to clear it up a little bit since I did. I want to leave that. We was talking about the leprosy, and I poured out because I don't want to cause no confusion or nothing like that.
Right,
So
go ahead.
When it got a little bit. So this goes into us that leprosy was the first plague. Get the hell out of here. The book
That's a Mormon doctrine too.
yeah. This is the book about 2 Kings, chapter 5, verse 1. I'm not gonna read I'm gonna kind of just jump through this a little bit. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but the whole thing will explain it all. All right. 2 Kings chapter 5, verse 1. It says, "Now Naaman," all right, that was the one. Now Naaman, captain of the host, captain of the host of the king of Syria, was a great man with his master and honorable. But it says, because by him the Lord had given deliverance unto Syria. He was also a mighty man in valor. All right. It says, but he was a leper. Now, why do they say like that was a problem? All right. Verse 2. It says, and the Syrians had gone out by companies and brought away captive of the land. Brought away captive out of the land of Israel a little maid, and she waited on Naaman's wife. And she said unto her mistress, What with the Most High, my Lord, all right, were with the prophet. It says that is in Samaria, All right, it says, for he would recover him of his leprosy. So it said recover him of his leprosy. That's a problem. He said he wants to be recovered from his leprosy. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump down. Verse 10, it says, and Elisha, was the man of God, was the man of the Lord, right? It sounds like a female name these days, right? Elisha. All right. It says, and Elisha sent a messenger unto him, saying, go and wash in Jordan 7 times, and thy flesh shall come again to thee, and thou shalt be clean. Meaning what? Being leper, he wanted to be. Elisha was telling him, go wash, 7 times, and you're gonna be made clean. That leprosy gonna be wiped off. So leprosy is unclean. Leprosy was considered unclean.
When you Google leprosy, that ain't leprosy that pops up, man.
They changed that.
Yeah.
Well, there's different forms of leprosy. Yeah, you got clean and
Yeah.
any kind of mutation of the skin is a form of leprosy.
Yeah. Like a mold. Even mold, yeah. They try to say what is it? Michael Jackson. They call that vitiligo or something like that.
That was leprosy.
Yeah.
Now, when you go into the word leprosy, the reason why they'll say white, like when you go to Numbers 12, when it says leprous white as snow, that's talking about like Esau, red all over. Yeah. Now, when you look up that word white in the blue letter in Numbers, they talk about describing Miriam, it doesn't have a definition. But when you go into Genesis, I think 49, when it talks about his teeth were white as milk, it has a definition. Or when you go into Lamentation 4, when it talk about her Nazarenes were white as snow, white has a definition. Because even though it's white, there's 2 different meanings to that word white. Because that word white only describes something in purity or in impure, right? So you have pure, and then you have impure. So when you look at leprosy in Miriam, it was an impure. When you look at leprosy and talking about somebody white or something like that, this is why when you go to the grocery store, you'll go get a cake, and it'll say angel food cake, and it's white.
Right.
And it'll have devil food,
And be black.
and it'll be black. This is the mind effery that was put on our people. You have an impure thing, something describes something that's impure, and it's something that is pure. It's like this is going like in even medicine with this thing. When you get that line up, that's an impure form of medicine. But when you go get an herb, that's a pure medicine. So you can see the word medicine, but in one instance, it means something pure, and in another instance, it means something bad.
Yep, because especially with medicine has all sorts of problems. And when you mentioned the word impure, I had to look it up just for the fun of it. But it says containing something unclean, foul.
Is that what?
Containing something unclean, foul.
Right. So this is why it said Miriam became leprous white as snow. Right? Even though snow is white and pure, when you look up the definition of white in that exact text, I did it yesterday. There's no definition. Why did they leave that out?
It is funny because it even goes on. It says mixed or impregnated with extraneous and usually unwanted substance.
Right.
So that says a lot. Even going to Esau, he's an unwanted substance. He has something that's unwanted for the rest of us. We don't want his curse.
Right. But he had the money.
Right.
See, well, as long as you got the money, the gold, you can say a cat is better than people, right? And people will believe it. Just fund the money.
I think they say people now, they evolve from, they kind of lay off the apes a little bit, saying that as far as the evolution shit, they kind of lay off the apes a little bit and say that monkeys and shit like that. They kind of lay off for that a little bit and say that become the fish. Something like that. You might as well just say we come from that damn bone, man. We made of books. And we evolved from books to people. As long as years goes on, everybody was going to
Well, they already got spaghetti gods and toaster gods and shit like that, you know. So
Well, we came from fish, right? Which is okay. That's what you want to say. You devils came from crabs. Pretty much. White crabs.
Oh shit.
You remember I was talking to you about this. They teach us this shit in school too, in science. That and they force us to learn about this shit to make us believe it. That chickens came from T-Rexes, dinosaurs.
That evolution.
Yeah.
So Babylon the Great. Hey, can we get this scripture? Go ahead.
It's Leviticus chapter 13, verse 29. Yeah. It says, if a man or a woman, it says, if a man or a woman have a plague upon the head or the beard, then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be in sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry skull, even a leprosy upon his head or beard.
So it's saying the blonde hair is leprosy. Go ahead.
It says, and if the priest look on the plague of the skull, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, right there. Right there, the black hair. You know?
That's telling you there's a difference.
Yeah.
But our people are cursed with leprosy.
Right,
so
right. You do have that,
blonde hair.
you know? But that shows you right there.
So don't call us black Hebrews then, man. Because we don't teach about being. It's all about black.
Right.
You know, but it's other groups, and they're using the other groups to lump us up into one doctrine.
Yeah.
But if we go teach, we go into the Christian group and how they teach God. This is what vocab teaches. He said the Holy Spirit is a special man that beamed down on the earth and had sex with Mary, while Joseph was in the other tent. This is what they teach.
Yeah. With that right there, we all got black hair. You know, the people who, with brown hair, you know, that for the most part, but the so-called Jewish, they got, you know, dark hair, you know, black hair, but a lot of Edomites, they got blue eyes, you know. So this shows you that the black melanin, okay, that's a protection, okay, and if you lose that, then you if you lose that, that's a curse, okay. That's when Cain lost it, okay. Keep on that. You can keep on that. Because I had this right here. I got this right here where it talks about vitiligo, right? And it says a disease that causes the loss of skin color and blotches, right? But that's really leprosy, okay? But they threw that term on there, you know. They just made that up. We would have to go into the etymology of where that word came from.
And it only makes sense that Esau does these things because they put darkness as pretty much they put darkness for light and light for darkness. So they switch everything upside down and say leprosy is it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. When do you ever see a freaking clean leper, right? Come on, like an Edomite, so-called white-looking Edomite, losing his pigmentation and going black. But you always see the example of a melanated person that loses their skin complexion.
Yeah, but you know, another thing they do, the elites do that on purpose. They don't even really believe in that, man. They don't believe in a black and white thing. They just separate themselves as a nation, a hybrid nation, species from us. That's what they do. So they don't even really believe that, but they know if they can keep the black and white thing going, this is a divide and conquer tactic, right?
And they know they for the most part, the top ones, they know they Esau.
They know, and they know we Israel. That's why they'll say the Sicilians, they got black blood. right? And that's like the brother brought out, which I brought out a little while ago. When you look at the, they were saying in Song of Solomon, my skin is black upon me, and various other, and they were saying that was talking about being sorrowful or whatever. In some cases it is, but you don't see white people turn black under sorrow and starvation, because they said it was under starvation. I think Jeremiah 14, I am black. What it says?
I'm black and beautiful.
No, that's all I want to find. My skin is black. Job 30 and 30 says that too, but I know it. Judah mourneth, in the gates of language, they are black unto the ground. That wasn't talking about, that was talking about their visions. But when you really go deep into it, the ground is represented as being dark, right? So that was representing a vision, so to speak. But that goes both ways.
The so-called Jewish people, they'll wear all black on down, but to try to fit that curse, man.
Yep.
You know, looking at a car battery, you know, looking at a certain battery, right? The positive is red, you know? Negative is black.
That's the mind effery, as I like to say. There's children walking by, so, you know, that's how they screw you. They mentally destroy you that way, man. And that's what they do. It's not about, and that's what us at Great Millstone, and we say collectively under the spirit of Yahweh Shem Shah, that we don't teach the black and white thing. But I don't understand why our people, first of all, our people should be coming up to learn to find out if that's what it's about. But they automatically want to protect them. Their whole mindset, why? You see that black woman came up and she was like, why can't everybody be saved? She's not talking about the Chinese. She's not talking about the other Hamitic nations. She's not talking about the Hawaiians.
You're not even talking about our own people.
She's not even talking about her own people. She only really focused on that devil right there. When they say, why can't everybody make it? It ain't and then the black men too. It ain't just the black woman, the men and women. They're all on that. They want to, but really, they only really want to save him. They don't really want to save everybody. If the other Africans would burn and perish and go into slavery, they're happy with that. But when the white man, don't you talk about white man now.
I'm asking.
I got a scripture here. This is Jeremiah 15:5. For whoso have pity upon thee, O Jerusalem, or whoso bemoan thee, or whoso go aside to ask how thou doest. When we was in slavery, so-called white man always made an excuse, man, for us, man. You know, ain't no heaven for no niggas and stuff like that. You know, even in their constitution, their laws. You know, saying we what? 1/5 of a man.
Yeah.
You know,
Where was all that back then? You know, 400. How long? 400 years. And even now, where's all that?
like two grandmothers ago, we was, you know, disrespected. You know, now all of a sudden it's supposed to be all love and you know, love your neighbor. Well, y'all got that scripture messed up, man.
Do y'all believe that we should love our neighbors?
I did.
So who are the neighbors?
We all are.
No, you come back. Let's talk about.
You got the cross on. Come on, man.
All right.
There you go, man.
It's all good. Yeah, you go, man. You know, break down the Christian strongholds, man. Because Christianity has really messed us up, man. Got our women walking around like that shit, you know.
Because you ain't got to keep no law.
You ain't got to keep the law now. So when you're a Christian, you can come as you are.
What's that scripture? And that goes for the Christian mindset too. Don't get the water passage. It goes to the woman there because they're going any direction. You know,
Give not liberty, wicked women to gad abroad.
Yeah.
But you know what? It really starts with Jake. Yeah. Women only follow Jake, the men. That's where it really starts. You got the men. I remember one time some years back, this guy was walking. It wasn't his woman, but she had the tight shit on, and he was pointing to her. Look at that. Yeah, man. You see that right there?
showing it off.
Showing it off. Because he's been promoted, man. Jake weak as hell.
They wouldn't be able to do all this crap if it wasn't for the laws set up, you know. So it's Esau behind it ultimately because Esau allowed them to do, you know,
Yeah, if they're the real people of God over that land, why the whole earth ain't in order? Shouldn't they be following, making people follow the whole laws of the Bible since they claim to believe in the Bible? Which tells you the Bible is just a front, a tool used to destroy us, man. The Bible is, they're just using the Bible to destroy us. And it's our book. I tell you, Esau had no flavor. He couldn't do nothing without using our book to do it. Think about it. That devil, he was so messed up. He's a cave dweller, man. He was in the nettles of the brains.
A person who wore underclothing until it deteriorated.
Yep.
And these buildings are just like set up like the mountain. If you look back at the landscape and you look at every city in America, it looks like a bunch of mountains.
Yeah, when you go up to the top.
Yep.
Bird's eye view.
Yep.
It's all about people that used to literally de-root a tree from the ground. Savages, pretty much.
Yeah, you brought it out, how they kept they didn't change their undergarment and they stuck on it and disintegrated off of it. That's
Or into them.
yeah.
They didn't have a language really. That woman probably had yeast infections all the time.
All that, yeah.
And that's where they get that, you know, other Israelite group. Y'all lay down with the white woman. You lay down, and you know, the woman get on the comment board. You lay down with dogs, you get fleas. Well, wait a minute. Our people surpassed them. So what the hell are you?
Right.
And then the woman is so quick to get on us about that shit. But what about them? Get up in them high rises and shit, low rises, high rises, under rises. So if the so-called white woman are so much of dogs and we surpass the deeds, right? Then you black women. So what does that make the white men? That you people. You notice they they'll never talk about the white man though. You notice they always leave out because you black women be laying down with them, man. And y'all don't want to admit that, but y'all do. Y'all won't admit it. So what the hell does that make the white man? Only we can do that. Go off doing that, not them. Yeah, because if the woman is the weaker vessel, right? That goes for all nations. The woman is the weaker vessel with all nations. So if that's the case, and they so much of dogs, then what does that make the white man? The so-called white man. Right. But ultimately, our women are the goddesses of the earth. They just don't know it. They don't know it. They damn sure don't behave like it. You know? So that's the curse. Yeah. We gods and they goddesses, so that means they're under. Yeah. You know, it's like primary, secondary. Right.
They vibrating on the left-hand side.
But the men too. But Jake too, yeah.
They call themselves queens, but that's on they vibrate on the left hand.
But that's Jake too, though, man. See, that's why people don't like Great Millstone, man. We get on everybody.
Yeah.
You know, Jake's out there with videos, with guns, with clips and magazines. But yeah, we teach hate. We're out here reading the Bible. But if we was up here, when we was up here with a rap video with the cameras going, thousands, hundreds of niggas are standing around, and the white people be taking videos like we're in a zoo, like we're in the new aquarium or something.
Oh, they don't mind as long as you're talking about killing other black men and, you know, so-called black men killing other Jake. They don't mind that. You know, you all right if you're a rapper, you know, go, let's try to bring up more scriptures.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Bring up. We also always have a scripture.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 14, verse 28. I mean, it's like in verse 21. It says, "Ye shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself." It says, "Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates." So who is the stranger? You know, the Lord made us a nation. Who is a stranger?
Okay, so anything that dies of itself, you're not supposed to eat. Okay, go ahead.
It says that he may
different strangers in the Bible.
Right.
It says that he may eat it. It says, or thou mayest sell it into an alien.
Or to an alien. that word right there is clean. You know, an alien always gonna be an alien. Esau talk about you love your neighbors, but they don't love foreigners coming here. You know, they hate foreigners.
Black foreigners. I feel bad for them
Mexicans.
I feel bad for them, you know, them little green aliens with rap the Jews.
Let one of our people move into their neighborhood.
They ain't gonna like that.
Yeah.
Let us open up a Chinese restaurant. They're trying to run us out of there, man.
Who's a Christian? Anybody a Christian? Happy Christian?
They ain't Christian. They fake. Go ahead, brother.
Yep. You got more on that?
Just read.
This is Romans 1:3. Concerning his sons, Yahweh Shah, our Lord, which was made of the seed of David, according to the flesh.
According to the flesh. So the Lord, right? According to how the nation of Israel get down, okay, according to the Bible, I don't know, and that's real life facts that the seed comes through the man. These
Science know that.
these other nations, they believe in whatever they want to believe in. But when it comes down to the Bible and the doctrine, the truth, Yahweh Shah came from Joseph. Okay? These other, what's that? Daniel 12 and 10.
Go ahead. It says, and declared to be the son of Yahweh with power. According to the spirit of holiness, by the resurrection from the dead.
So they don't have no business talking there. Yeah. It's their fault. Go ahead.
Yep. By whom we have received grace and apostleship for obedience to the faith among all nations for his name.
Right, because here go the thing, right? These other nations,
Let's talk about the Bible. Man, I know you guys. I respect you. Not everybody. We're different. We're not all things the same. I respect what you do. Okay. Okay. It's different groups though.
I'm not gonna hold you too long. Just a quick question. You know what is the definition of sin? What is the definition of sin?
Oh yeah. You just gotta look it up.
Yeah.
I know conceptually, but when you ask me for definition,
Okay, that's all right. You're being honest.
we encourage self-education.
All right, take care, man. And he found a peaceful way to get out of it. Yeah, but if be honest though, for anybody watching, man, if you don't know the physical definition of sin,
claiming to be a Christian.
you claiming to be a Christian, you ain't no Christian. Well, they not. I mean, that's one of the first things you learn is you gotta learn.
First John 3 and 4.
What's that? Yeah, percentage transgression of the law.
Get that? Do one of y'all brothers get that?
That's what I was holding.
Oh,
Yeah, man. Hey, look, man, we be ready for the Christians be coming up here, man. I got it right here. I might have to step on back. Let brother go. Yeah, that's it. Yep, you got it right. As you get so many of those Christians, some of them a little sharp though. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, because from there, if they answer it right, then we can go from there. It's in now,
Yeah, man. Like I learned like 50s, 60s.
Hey, look,
Jehovah's Witness, they know the scriptures.
oh yeah, the Jehovah's Witness.
straight up Christian.
But we had a debate with the Jehovah's Witness. This was years ago. We on new levels now, and we chopped them up. I said, okay, well, go to I asked them to go to a couple of scriptures in Matthew and Luke, and I said, go look at the Lord came Matthew 18 and 11. I said, go to Matthew 18 and 11. That says the Lord come to save that which is lost. And the Jehovah's Witness looked in and he said, I don't see it. I said, of course you don't. You blind. Yeah. Go ahead anyway, read, bro. You got the scripture.
This is the book of First John, chapter 3, verse 4. It says, whosoever committeth sin transgresseth against the law.
And that guy was in his upper age and he didn't even get the scripture revealed to him.
It says, for sin is the transgression of the law.
But that's why they say don't do the law. That's why you don't know it.
Right.
Because the Christian says you don't have to keep it.
Right. You Christians like talking about redemption. Redeeming. Well, when you those words right there is supposed to ring, right? Because when you talk about redemption, because that scripture, 1 John 3 and 4, goes along with redemption. Because who was the law given to? Because some of you Christians do know that the law was first, they say first give it to the Israelites, right? So then when you talk about redemption, all right, those people right there don't need no damn redemption, man. All right, they're heathens, 6'9" flame, and they double heathens because they got here, because they flame, so they double heathens. They're like a Bigfoot 6'8" Webster. Damn, remember that show Webster, the little midget boy? That dude look like he got his little head on a big 6'8" body. Go ahead and go, man. Hey, you telling me some heathens like that, man? They need redemption. Come on. These guys, and why I'm going with that is because these guys here, what the hell do they need redemption for? When you redeem, what do you do when you redeem something? See, when you talk about redemption in the Bible, you have to go way, 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 way back to the very beginning. All right? Because you talk about redemption, redeeming, retaking. When you redeem, re is again. And in the EM, it was really redeemer, you know, but it was pretty much the same thing. But they had it, you know, I'm just going on based on what the, you know, how it's spelled in the Bible. EM is take. EM and that redeem is take. So you redeem it. Reconciliation, it's the same thing. You telling me all nations need redemption and reconciliation? Reward as well. That's what it is.
Deuteronomy 28:68.
So when you retake, so every time you talk about redeeming the Bible, for all you Christians, sit up there and talk about redemption and redeeming in the Bible, you got to go way back. Who needs redemption? Obviously, these people don't. You know, they run the world. And then you got the heathens right along with these people. Then you got the heathens right along with these people, licking the wounds, you know, the dogs licking the wounds, like the book of Lazarus. All right, so it's the same thing. So now you got it. So now you got to realize. Now you got to go way back, man. So that's what you should do every time you Christians talk about redemption, man. Who needs redemption?
Who needs redemption? Go ahead. Oh, they're going to bring out who needs redemption.
This is Deuteronomy 28:68. It says, "And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ship, by the way whereof I spake unto thee."
With bring it out all the time. Egypt means bondage. Okay, it comes from the Greek. Okay, that land wasn't called Egypt before the Greeks got there. Okay, that's why you have Alexander, the library of Alexandria, Egypt, because that land was taken over by Alexander the Great. Okay, so go ahead.
It says, "Thou shalt see it no more again, and there you shall be sold unto the enemy for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you."
And that when you go to that word, "no man shall buy you," that also goes into the word redemption. You know, because we went into slavery under our enemies. Okay, and a lot of the times in the Bible, right? A lot of the times that we went into to slavery, it's in the book of Nehemiah. I believe it's the 9th chapter. I believe every time we went into slavery, we will always have a judge that will be risen up that would help deliver us from those captivities that we were in. Right. You know, and that's in the book of Judges.
And you got your house job,
The ultimate judge
under his father, right? Who's coming to deliver us as well. Yeah, when you read Hebrews 8:8 on down, and Jeremiah 31:31 on down, that's a prime example of redemption and reconciliation. That's a prime example of both of those words, man. Only one.
When you go into that redemption, the word redemption goes also into the word avenge. Okay, Yahweh Shai don't need nobody to avenge him. Okay, first off, but when you go into there's a law about the avenger. Okay, when somebody puts somebody to death, you know that brother, okay, for example, is able to avenge his brother's death. Okay, and Yahweh Shai is the ultimate avenger. Okay, the one that's going to come back and buy the elect of Israel.
You see these scriptures. I got the definition for redeem. No. All right, redeem means to buy back. That's like being redeemed from slavery. Deuteronomy 20:68, right?
Not buying back the block, though.
No.
No.
To get or win back, we can also see this. Click on Joel, 3rd chapter. It's all about the second verse.
That's another example of that.
Yep. See, scripture should come to mind. Yep. You know. See, that's sin to sin. Not only on dirt bikes on the major road, they're going up the opposite street now, opposite way. They used to come down the way to flow and turn, but now they go the opposite way. That's Jake.
And then mothers be proud when they get ran over by a dead bus. Bus is coming down.
Yep. It says to extricate from the help to overcome something.
Right.
Detrimental. To release from blame or debt.
Yep.
Right? Hey, come back and
There you
talk to
go.
us later when you
There
can
you
say it.
go.
All right? Gotcha. And you know what? That's what the scriptures say. If a man be ignorant, let him be ignorant. Like if he really wanted to get it or wanted to have something, it's even two type of people come up. Ones that who want to prove because these guys got a wooden plank and some signs up and garments they don't know. Shit, I need to stop them. Or you get the guys that come up that know it all. Or they act like they just agree to disagree. You know?
Yeah, we can tell when Jake be full of shit, man. You had someone that go down there, now all of a sudden you back up here. He said, I'll be back. I'll be back.
He's effeminate. He's an effeminate Christian anyway. They're so afraid of us now, man. That's what vocab is. All vocab is doing is setting them up for failure.
They learn.
They can learn, and they go write down stuff. Well, wait a minute. That's what that woman did.
Yeah.
With the peasant, and then she got chopped up with against you scriptures. It's the word of the Lord did it. We didn't do nothing, man. The word of the Lord is sharp and powerful.
You can have all history. You can know your heritage. But if you sit up there and say that everybody can be saved, one little leaven, that's a big leaven, though. You know, for real, that ain't little. That ain't no little thing.
You have no business being a Hebrew Israelite. Yeah. I mean, that's it.
Okay.
It means to change or make better or to reform, to restore.
What word is that?
Redeem.
And I got now I think the scriptures coming out. I got that word reconciliation as well.
Which goes for reconcile.
Right. Reconcile, reconciliation. You look at reconcile, I'll get it when it's
No, go ahead. Bring it up.
Yeah,
'Cause I got a definition too.
Okay, Carl. You got reconciliation.
Bring it out!
You got reconciliation, right? Now that was redeemed. You got reconciliation, which is pretty much almost the same thing. It is the same thing. Renewal of friendship. All right. You said what?
Yeah, go ahead.
Step right up. You know the scripture.
Hey, it's all good, brother. Thank you.
That was coming. Go ahead.
Reconciliation. All right. It says a renewal of friendship after disagreement or enmity.
That's a failed pastor, man. Yep. You know, went broke. Yep.
I don't know why these pastors and churchgoers can't come up and
Man.
talk about the Bible. You only want to do it on Sundays, man.
They got no time, man. You're supposed to be in it all the way.
That pork chopper ain't chopping.
Yeah, man.
You know, if we walk it, let's walk it. And somebody asks us something about the church, man, we're going to stop. Right. Because the Lord come first.
They claim they know the truth. So if they had the truth, they should be coming up here, defending it.
Yeah, we have an open door. Come as you are. Learn the truth, man. You can't come over here, though.
I'm about to say, I think the correct term is open season.
Right. You can't come cross over. You can come. Hey, even Paul, that's where they get it from. Because Paul was in that spirit where, you know, if you were a flame, if you, whatever you were, you would come and you would learn so you could be converted. Right. I mean, we'll deal with anybody as long as they're asking for a reason of hope.
Yeah, you come up there and talk about some flat earth or some green space Martians. Marvin the Martian coming down and invade the earth by we get.
And they always,
I know what you guys are talking about. No, you don't.
you don't know what we talking about, man. You know?
They don't
Because if you
understand
did,
that.
you would be over and going what we talking about. You would sit, stand,
Exactly.
and listen.
Right. And they don't
You know?
understand that there's different Israelite groups out here, so they teach different things. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. You got more on that?
Yeah, so reconciliation, renewal of let's get conciliate, because that was reconciliation, right? So what is conciliation? All right. Well, like I said, reconcile. This is conciliation. All right. It says act of converting from jealousy or suspicion and gaining favor of goodwill.
Right.
That's reconcile. That's conciliation, right? Now let's go back to reconciliation. All right. Renewal of friendship after disagreement or enmity. So when you read,
No, go ahead.
yeah, no, I'm
It
saying
turned out to be a class lesson today.
yeah. So when you read, I'll bring this up real quick. I ain't trying to take over, this is the book of Hebrews, chapter 8, verse 8, and you could also find an example of that in Joel, the 3rd chapter, as well as certain other scriptures. Luke, the 1st chapter, the 68th verse talks about that as well. It says redeemer. It says, for finding fault with them, he said, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, when I will make a new covenant. I was thinking it says a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers.
Everybody else.
Right. It says not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day when I took them out of the land, took them by the hand to lead them out of the land of Egypt, because they continue not in my covenant, and I regarded them not, saith the Lord. For this is the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, saith the Lord. I will put my laws into their inward parts. That's like I will put my laws into their mind. It says, and write them in their hearts, and I will be to them a God.
Now you gotta hold up. You gotta slow it down a little bit.
I'm gonna bring it back. It says, and they shall be to me a people.
Right.
So now when you go up to what's that? So that's that right there. When you read that, that's redemption, right? And it said for this
From the first verse.
right,
First verse.
right,
I'm in the 8 and 8.
right. It says
That's
for
a redemption.
yeah, that's redemption. Now when you read to verse 9, at the last part, it said, because they continue not in my covenant, and I regarded them not. Well, this is the new covenant this is the covenant will I make with the house of Israel after those days. That's reconciliation as well. And it said a renewal of friendship. That's renewed. That's renewed. All right, renewal about spirituality, man. Renewal of us.
Renew means like new means to be new, fresh. To renew.
And Christians like saying be born again, something like that, on the lines of that.
And when he said the house of Israel and the house of Judah, our men and our women, you're not going to have to worry about when you get a woman there. How many men she was with this week? Yeah. She's going to be made new again, right, and better, right.
And that covenant, because even with Esau's court systems and everything like that, they got contracts and laws and stuff like that. You got a lawyer that's supposed to know what the ins and outs of the law. Which the laws are supposed to be written down. And they'll say, well, this is according to what such and such said. That this is how this person's supposed to act. Okay, and this is the penalty for if they do such thing. If somebody acts outside of the law, and the law says, okay, this person did this, right? And it's some simple law that they broke, right? And somebody is trying to push for this person to get put to death. So the law would say, no, this person don't get put to death. Because this is a simple law. It's not that deep. Some laws are different than others. And what Yahweh Shah, he never came and said that the laws is always supposed to be done away with, because according to how the laws is set up, that this is how this person is supposed to follow them. You know, and Yahweh Shai is that the judge that is the mediator that reconciles us in our relationship with our judge, the ultimate judge, which is Yahweh, the Most High. You know, so Yahweh Shai is the one who let us know, his men know what the laws are, you know, that the Lord gave to us, you know, and like, okay, because he's the one who made the laws in the first place. Yeah. You know? Okay. Romans 5 and 10. Go ahead, if you got it. You know, this person, he's not going according to what God says. I'm going to show him out an example of what a man of the Lord is supposed to be, because the law is supposed to make you perfect. You know, but for some reason, this covenant and this agreement that we had just wasn't working out. You know? You got it?
Mm-hmm. This is Romans chapter 5, verse 10. It says, For if when we were enemies, we were reconciled to Yahweh by the death of his son.
Right. We were enemies before we came into this truth. You know? Didn't know anything about what the law says, how we supposed to conduct ourselves as men. You know? We were lost. Now we coming through this thing. You know, we have that, you know, that reconciliation through Yahweh Shai. Okay? Go ahead.
Much more, being reconciled, we shall be saved by his life.
Now, who is he talking about? He's talking about Israelites.
Right.
Yep.
That's not talking about everybody.
It's impossible. And that's what we were going into earlier. When you talk about redemption and reconciliation, that's impossible for it to be talking about everybody. Because who is the law? You got to go way back to the beginning. If y'all agree, if you Christians agree that, yeah, you know, it was given to Israelites, but then how that never, now you got to go to Malachi 3 verse 6, right?
Yeah, because they said when Yahushua came on the scene, that's when he saved everybody. 2/3 of our people ain't gonna be saved.
I was about to say, I was gonna say,
they're not gonna be delivered. All our people gonna be saved,
right.
but they're not gonna be delivered.
And that's why I was going to be like, we had to go a step further with that, because that's also going to the hopeful elect of Israel, because not everybody in Israel is going to be saved. I mean, delivered, they're going to be saved, but the ones that's of the hopeful elect is definitely going to get the highest rewards as well.
Right. That's why I got scripture on that. Now, when we say delivered, that means when the Most High sends His Son to deliver.
Yep.
A lot of you gonna die through death. Yep. And we go back through birth.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yep. This is Romans 6 and 15. What then shall we sin because we are under the law?
No, read it again. You gotta read it again.
Yep. It says, what then shall we sin because we are under the law, but under grace?
Oh, Salaki, I thought it said. What it say?
Oh, yeah, but because we are not under the law.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Yep, it says, what then shall we sin because we're not under the law, but under grace?
Right, so there's a thing of grace. If you get pulled over by a cop because you were doing a 50 mile an hour in a 25 mile an hour zone, he gives you a warning. What is that? That's a grace. But if the cop waited there the next day and you go doing the same damn thing,
right,
then guess what? You're going to get a ticket.
yeah.
So this is why it's important to understand the scriptures. We're under a form of grace. Like they'll tell that. Don't walk then showing your nakedness like it's attractive anyway. But then when you don't do it, and then you do it again, well, guess what? But then that grace is also talking about things that we can't keep. Go ahead, read it over again.
All right, it says, what then shall we sin because we are not under the law?
You'll find that sometimes you got to read the scriptures a couple times, man. You know? Go ahead.
But under grace.
Go ahead.
God forbid.
So he said, God forbid. So the letters of Paul was confusing, because one minute he was saying, you don't got to do this, you ain't got to do that. But the next minute he's saying, you got to do this. Why? Because there's such a thing called grace. If a man comes up, he don't have a beard, we won't scold him about not having his beard right away. We'll tell him to get the knowledge first. Right. And like Yahushua, be healed and sin no more. You're not healed just because you first learned the truth. You're healed when you come into the truth, right? You're not healed when you go to a doctor's and you know, you get a couple of tests ran. You ain't healed to the so-called medicine gets in you, like if you got an infection, then you're healed.
When Yahweh Shah came on the scene, a lot of those things that he was doing as far as spiritual healing and all that stuff,
that was for the represented for the physical.
Right.
When John in 9th chapter, when Yahweh Shah was blind, the man was blinded, he put the clay over his eye, told him to go into the water and cleanse himself. Just like he drowned the pigs in the water. The swine, remember?
Right.
He took the swine and put them in the water. That water represents cleansing. Right. And the scriptures is the cleansing. The Holy Spirit. Being washed with the washing of the words, the Holy Spirit. That's it on that. Slocky, bro. I bring that out all the time. Yeah. Everything that was happening in those times with Yahushua represented something greater than those physical. Those miracles he's working was a beautiful miracles. Yeah. But these are the greater miracles.
Yeah.
Right?
That's what he was saying. He said that people will come and they will do greater miracles than our eyes.
Right.
You know? Because you've seen him actually cure a blind person. Yeah. We saw that today. Right. We'd be like, yo, that's crazy. Yeah. You know, but when we look at Esau doing it, oh, that's some, you know, that's science. You know? But we actually see somebody walk, you know, that was, you know, in a wheelchair. We'd be like, yo, what the heck?
Yep. But Esau do it like you said. Yes. With science. That's all a miracle too, though. Even Esau on the left-hand side is doing miracles, man.
But when we're doing, right, through the Spirit, we're letting people see that we're blinded.
So remember,
you know,
that power back.
But the actually being able to stand, okay, as a man, because a lot of these guys out here, they're not able to even stand as a man, man. A lot of guys out here, they're weak, feeble, okay? To just be a man, be a brother. We're doing those works, and those are great works. When you look at all of the confusion that our people are dealing with, okay? The level of ignorance and stupidity that we're dealing with, man. To reach just one person and break them up out of their ignorance is a miracle.
It's all miracles, man.
Yep.
For us to get woken up is a miracle. Yep. But it's it we did in the world. Some of us a little less than others. And that's why that man came up talking about, look at my picture. I was this and I'm that. In a sense, that's still kind of something special to come out of the gang violence. And this is why they hate us in this truth. Because we don't represent gang violence, man. And we don't damn sure don't represent black people. No, we're not about black people, man. We're cool. You know? We're about Israelites. We're about Israel.
The elective Israel.
The elective Israel.
That's right.
Ultimately, we'll have love for the 2/3 of the kingdom.
Yeah, that's gonna be nice.
And we love that. Yeah. So in a sense, we kind of love the 2/3 on that level. Yeah, that's the fact that the Most High is going to give them salvation.
Yep. A lot of them are like that Hebrews 8 and 8.
Yeah,
on down. We got to tell them about who God is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, throughout all this confusion and this ain't God. A lot of people are walking by and they don't even want to listen to us because they see this and they automatically are assuming that we're saying that the Bible ain't the truth. But we got Bibles in our hand, man. That Jesus is a devil. You're saying Jesus is a devil.
If I was a Bible thumping Christian, I'd be like, no, man, you ain't gonna say that about my Jesus.
Well, it is funny because we always say it's hard to believe that our people will actually be right in the kingdom, but hell, to them, it's hard for our people. It's hard to believe that we want something great.
Right.
Also, shalom to the brothers and sisters that be watching.
Go ahead on that scripture. 2 and 3.
Yeah. It's 1 Thessalonians 2 and 7.
No, 3.
3 and 7.
No, 2 and 3.
Oh, 2 and 3. So it says, for our exhortation You say First
Second Thessalonians 2 and 3.
Second Thessalonians 2 and 3. All right, it says, Second Thessalonians 2 and 3. It says, let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first.
Right, because what happened was in history, Paul was saying that our people was going to fall away from who they are. Okay, and it was certain scriptures that we would have to go through. Okay, as far as losing our heritage, losing who we are, being lawless. Okay, we fell away. Go ahead.
That's when you go into the scriptures, that wild olive tree, man.
Right.
So that's in Jeremiah. That's in Romans 2. Oh, you talking about the degenerate prayer? That's Jeremiah 2.
But it says, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of man of sin,
which you brought it out. What is sin? You know, sin is the transgression of the law. Okay, so this man, Esau, right, the so-called white man, right? The Lord came on the scene. What's the word? Help repair the relationship between Israel and the Most High. Okay, Yahweh Shah came on the scene. He was helping repair the relationship. A lot of people would have thought that he just did away with the law. But then here you come, a freaking devil, right? That wasn't living, didn't have the laws whatsoever.
They made themselves have the law.
They just come in and say, well, the laws is just totally done away with.
And that's why our people are destroyed. Well, Hosea, which I had him holding there. Hosea 4, let me read that real quick. Oh, you lost it already? Hosea 4:6 says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Go back in Romans 11 and 20.
You're supposed to know who your enemies are.
You were supposed to hold that big time.
You know, our people, for whatever reason, they forgot that we went into slavery, man. You know?
Yep, this is Romans 11 and 26. And so all Israel shall be saved, as it is written.
Go up, 11 22. 11 22.
Verse 22. Behold, therefore, the goodness and severity of Yahweh on them which fell.
Who's of them that was fell?
If you find something on the way
Severity or severity, but toward thee goodness, if thou continue in his goodness. Otherwise, thou shalt be cut off.
Yep, that's what sever really means, you know, to be cut off.
Separated from.
And they also, if they abide not still in unbelief, shall be grafted.
Shall be what?
Shall be grafted. Yep.
Grafted in, right?
Yep.
Right, because you had Israelites who believed, who didn't want the other Israelites, the non-believers, to be grafted. Right. You had a difference between the Greeks and the Grecians. Right? You had the Greeks who were Israelites. Now you had Edomite Greeks, but then you had, when they speak of Greeks and there, it's talking about the Israelites, then you had non-believing Israelites, right? Who adopted other customs and didn't want to turn from their ways. So if you gave a census and said, well, are you an Israelite? They'll say, no, I ain't no Israelite, I'm a Grecian. But then you had the Grecians who were Israelites, who believed, and you had some who didn't. So it goes in depth. You had Greeks, that's why it says the Jew first and the Gentile. When he said Jew, he could have said Gentile. I mean, he could have said Greek. He said to the Jew first and then to the Gentile. He could have said to the Greek first, and then it could have said to the Greek, and then the unbelieving. Right? So this is why it says to the Jew and to the Gentile. because the Gentiles were Israelites who didn't believe.
Right. And if you, let's say somebody cut off a finger, right? And you try to put somebody else cut their finger off
And put it on.
and put it on you, that could get contaminated, man. Yeah. So that's what the Lord ain't gonna cut off Israel.
And then bring other branches in. You know,
These other people can't get grafted into this to this truth, man.
It says for Yahweh is able to graft them in.
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that the other word. You know, that's the thing with these graft. And then this was GRAFF. And then you got graft, which is like a plot, like a table.
Y'all understand the words?
Go ahead.
The thou were cut out of the olive tree, which is wild by nature,
Right.
and were grafted contrary to nature into a good olive tree.
You got other Israelite groups that saying wild by nature had everything to do with Edomites. So then they do this cleanup and try to say why the Lord, just like the woman not at the well, but she was a heathen. The one that the Canaanite woman, with the, but they said Canaanite. That was that said the woman with the cast of the dogs, at the table, the Syrophoenician, right, which I believe was the Canaanites, you know. That was an actual Israelite woman, right? You know, but she was what? Wild by nature, right? You said what? She was an Israelite. Wild by nature.
You know what we're talking about?
It doesn't matter. Man. You don't know what you got. You got to go. No, man, you go further. We're not Muslim, but anyway. It says, hey, man, you Islam, right? I don't know. Okay. But you got a lot of people say they believe in a higher power, but they do nothing that the higher power say to do. You follow the Sabbath day? See, you do nothing that the higher power say to do. You follow the Passover? Nope.
You're not gonna understand it.
It's not poor. You know, that's an example. Wild by nature.
Not wild by nature, I'm wild by God.
Yeah, wild by nature. Read it again.
Yep.
And see, we would say this would be a Gentile, heathen, as that. Heathen just means unbeliever. You're not a believer of the Bible. You do believe in the Bible?
Everything in the Bible. Everything in the Bible in this life came true.
Of course.
And look, the Bible, that's what Wayne said.
Okay, well, good. Then who did God die for? That's not say. Doesn't say that in the Bible. See, that's Christianity.
No, that's not Christianity.
It is.
Everybody's learning.
What scripture says that? John scripture says God loved everybody.
But you believe in the Bible. So why do you? So you say it, right? So why are you going off your own? What does God say? God said, "Do not
Take
go."
care about everybody.
I'm going off of what you just said.
Care about everybody.
But that you see, that's what you said. That's
Love everybody.
See, that's why
Does God love everybody? No, he doesn't say that. It's not in the Bible. Where it say love everybody?
But see, that's where he cut himself. He cut himself when he said, "That's what I said." He cut himself all the way.
See, that's one of the Negroes out the Walter P. Carter Institute that claim that they know everything. It wasn't about him knowing the Bible. It was about him coming up, getting some attention. He wanted to be a cherubim. He wanted to be like Jazzy Jeff, you know, the Fresh Prince. That the Bible says nothing that he talks about.
I'm sorry.
You know what the hell we were studying about this, man? What are you talking about, man?
I'm starting to think the DoorDashers are weird.
All them DoorDash characters, they hire anybody.
Yeah, I think that's what they. Yeah, it'd be them things.
They're probably good at their job.
They probably are.
They fast, quick, efficient, but
It
they're
depends.
dumb as hell when it comes to knowledge. You know? Go ahead, brother. Oh, we're still reading on this. Go ahead.
Read over. It's verse 24. It says, "For if thou wert cut out."
Sometime that comes up, the Most High always sends examples. That's when we said that he broke up and said something, man. That proves that the Most High is through us telling us the truth.
The Lord ain't allow somebody like that to write his Bible.
You bad.
The Bible was written by man. But he allowed that God to write a scripture.
But he believes in the Bible, he says. He believes in God. That's crazy.
Go ahead, brother. Who said no? Lean not towards your own understanding, right? I guess it's that.
Man, like I said, if we were some white men with some Flavian hair and blue eyes, he'd be listening here. Shut the F up, man. It's just that Jake hates Jake. You notice that's what it is. Jake is trained to go against Jake. All right, go ahead.
Actually, before he came out, he was, he was smiling, waving at some.
He just wanted some attention.
He was smiling and waving at a family of Edomites. Yeah, he come up here, scoff.
All right, go ahead, read.
I'll read over again. It's verse 24. It says, "For if thou wert cut out of the olive tree, which is wild by nature, and were grafted contrary to nature into a good olive tree."
Now, when you go to Jeremiah 2, I think 31, it says, was it a degenerate man? Yeah. A strange vine unto me. I can remember that quote. Yep. All right, go ahead.
"How much more shall these, which be the nature branch, the natural branch?"
Now, you know what the precept go to mind too? When it said judgment must begin at the house of the Most High. If it first began in us, what it shall be for them who believe not. That's talking about other Israelites, man. The judgment is on judgment. This whole Bible really is for the Israelites.
Right.
But as a nation, Edom has got to get judgment for the Israelites because of what they did to the Israelites.
You hear that?
You know?
So-called white man got to pay for his sins, man.
The Christian white
You got to pay for your sins that you have done unto the God and chosen people.
They Edomites. Yeah, Edomites.
From the caves.
So what about the white man? They got to pay. You know?
That's a straight up answer.
Yeah, that's what the big man.
What about them?
Yeah, but what about everybody else? You commit a crime, guess what? They coming back at you 50 years later. We the only ones that get done to what was done to us. Nobody has to pay for that.
Right.
But they bombed 9/11. Wait a minute. We will not rest until judgment is brought on the nation. Get out of here, man.
They got a lot of sins, man. And guess what? The scripture says that their sins.
Don't even put the camera on that shit.
It says that their sins have reached up to heaven.
I retreated real quick.
That's a prime example.
I retreated
But
real
I'm
quick.
gonna follow that shit. What the fuck is that? Like, what the hell?
Hey man, look, if you people out here don't realize that we're in the last days, the Lord said it's prophesied we're going to start seeing weird, strange shit like that, man. Signs, nations of distress and complexity and stuff like that. There's some weird, strange shit out here. Yeah, that's another thing.
It's like a cartoon character.
Yeah, that's a.
Go ahead, brother. You
Yeah, you got to
go and get the scripture. Come back. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, because what going on in that scripture, you had Israel that had his field, right? But not according to knowledge, right? A lot of the people when Paul had to go around to try to get them to understand, because like the unknown God, to understand who the God is, But you got that.
This is 2 Peter 1:20. It says, knowing this first, that no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation.
Yeah, and that's what separates the Bible from everything. Okay? The prophecy. But she said that there are things that happened in the Bible. Everything that happened in the Bible came true.
It's still coming true.
Yeah. Because that's prophecies. The prophecies that's in the Bible. And one of the prophecies we keep on saying is that the so-called white man got to pay for his sins.
Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord of the Bible, man.
Not
Okay.
everybody who's white is an Edom.
Right. The Edomites got to pay. The nation of Esau and Israel. Okay? So whether they Israel or not, if you don't want to listen, you will get the truth.
Because we said that about white men, and then you had white men who came up and said, because that's the spirit. We had white men came up and said, yeah, I know. And even though they look white,
Right.
so we say that. Really, that's the spiritual. We still say that because it do go for these so-called white people, man. We say so-called. What do you want to call us, red people? We'll call you red people then.
I do it like
That ain't
You
so-called.
agree with that, sir?
Right? We don't even have to say so-called white. We can say red.
Yeah.
For my title or transparent. Title of my video, I say red. They don't like. They out, you know, bro. They like.
Hey, when you look at the word criminal, it comes from crimson.
Red.
Which means red.
Caught red.
That's where you get the term, right, caught red-handed. And every nation know it. They're just afraid to speak up. Other nations, but that's why the Most High put the spirit on Putin for a follow-up visit.
Stirring up the spirit of the people.
Yep.
Who will not regard gold or silver. Yep. That's what's going on right now, man. They talking with the rubies, that's what they call it. That you gotta pay for us. You know? The east of the Russia, they've been preparing for this war for the longest, man. You know? We talked about the Cold War, you know, beating your with the Isaiah the Smith.
Oh yeah, I think I get.
Which that's what they're gonna have to use their little tools and stuff like that to help cultivate the land and all that, you know. But they're making these missiles, you know, and making them more better than what they had before. And guess what? Those was more sophisticated with wisdom. When you go into those missiles that they had back then, still good.
I got bombed from World War I, man. World War II. Remember the atom bomb on the Enola Gay that was dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, man. The Tsar bomb of 1950, something like that.
They still have that thing. I'm seeing videos left and right, you know, pictures that were recently taken compared to human height with that Tsar bomb. Yeah. And they got plenty of them too.
The Tsar comes from Caesar. That's what Tsar means. So you see the word Tsar, you really see the word Caesar.
They tell you,
I think you mentioned that in the video, actually.
they tell you exactly who they are when they name that shit.
Yep.
I got
That actually goes back to Psalms 49:11. Even their own weapons.
You go to Augustus, I believe the longest. That's where you get the term Augustus. I mean,
August.
from.
Yep.
not only a weapon, but they're naming obelisks after themselves.
Yeah, if you could name the land, you could name the weapons, the people, and the holidays, anything you want.
Go ahead, read.
Oh, I got that scripture for you. This,
Hey, why these people keep walking the same? You see the same face. It's back and forth, man. What's up with that? We gotta keep our eyes open, man.
For the last couple of months, it's been like that. Last few months. Anyway, this is book of Isaiah chapter 54, verse 16. Is what you look for.
That guy could be an agent.
You talk about that guy that comes
by, he would say, "Yeah, I'll be back." Something like that. Yeah, he could be an agent. He looks like a cop.
Yeah, it could be.
But look at the hands, man.
Yep.
Well, remember Fellas Point? Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah, he had the big ass glass.
Yeah, I looked at his head. I said, "Man, you a police?"
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah, I used to be, and I ain't see him no more."
Yeah.
He was still a cop. But why are you coming up? For what? You can send all the agents and detectives. Everything we say here, we say it in the open. I mean,
Remember when it was super hot out there that one day?
Yep. He got the Gatorade.
They got the big ass Gatorade bottle.
Yep.
And he sat down on the tree.
Under the tree.
It's hot out here. I don't know how y'all do it.
Yeah, that's an agent. Agent built to withstand the work of the Lord, man.
Agents, they always move. They always
call it shit like that. You know, they feel like he's supposed to be Agent Smith or something like that.
I remember I did some research on even myself, and they put on there something about black identity or terrorists. They already labeled us as terrorists. Man, it's all good. We're gonna be in the name of the Lord. Of course, we're gonna be.
Go ahead. Oh, this is the book of Isaiah chapter 54, verse 16. It says, "Behold, I have created the smith that bloweth the coals in the fire, and that
But
bringeth forth."
they said that we're terrorists, right?
Yeah. It says, "And that bringeth forth an instrument for his work."
Man, those missiles are instruments of terror, man.
Yeah, the Most High is the ultimate terrorist, by the way.
Right.
When you read Psalm 47:2, it says the Most High is the terrible king over all the earth.
Yep. What's that terror isn't terrible. Yep. Terror. Yep.
Fear is what it breaks down to.
That's right.
So for the Most High to take our women and our men and to turn them into something like that, guess what he's going to do to you Edomites, man? He's going to flip everything back around.
I got the word terror, and it says something that intimidates, an object of fear.
You Edomites ain't getting no knee pads, man. You know how we, as Jake be young, we call around our knees be black and shit. The Edomite knees be red, right? You ain't getting no knee pads, man. You going in the field, man.
Right.
I'm talking about you top elites. We gonna get you, and you gonna make you clean up. We gonna give you a broom and a dustpan, man. And you gonna sweep up a whole bunch of mess, man.
Not even a dustpan. Use your hand for that.
It would be nice for some of them. You give them a little tiny dustpan to pick up a whole 20 pounds of garbage, man.
God damn.
I got more on that. It says great fear, dread, alarm, panic, object of fear, cause of alarm, terrible news.
You people, you don't have no idea what's going on. When this thing go down, when this place starts to crash, right? You're gonna see the fear then. You think you got a loved one? Guess what? Your loved one's gonna leave your ass, man. And she gonna try to go, the woman, she gonna try to go to a man who got it. Guarantee it.
They say fear so great as to overwhelm the mind.
Right. That's it.
Give me that the plague of the mind.
Right. So basically, you're living in another reality. What we call that? A simulation. A simulation is a world that's unreal. You know, you ever been with a person? It could be a girlfriend, a boyfriend, or vice versa. If you're a woman, you had a man, and you thought he was the shit. Man, this is my man right here. He got me. Then something happened and shit. You be like, what the fuck? They never had you the whole time.
Right.
So the real trueness of people are going to start showing. That's what he said, the love of many shall wax cold. That's what, see, right now it's all fake. Your Valentine's Days and all that shit is fake.
Yeah, Jeremiah 4:30.
Yep.
That's going to happen. You know, this person that you love, he's going to despise you and try to seek after your life, man.
I mean, even look at right now. While it don't seem like anything, which a lot is going on. But while it don't seem like there's a lot going on, really, a lot of relationships don't last, more than a few months, man.
Well, if you took people, what is it, 2022? If you took people from 1990, right, and dropped them in this society right now, they'd have a fit.
Right.
See, the way you boil a frog is slow. You put them in the water and let them boil, and that kills them. You don't drop them in hot water. And see, these people are slowly transformed. That's why they believe in the flames. That's why they don't have no problem going and lining up, right? That's why they don't have no problem working harder. That's why they don't have no problem being on their phones 24 hours.
Oh, hell yeah, man.
You know?
They face all of it.
Because it's a period of time that transforms people, right? So, like, if you say right now, like, look, we're going to have it where, which is already happening, you're a man, you can marry your own pet. 50 years ago, you'd be locked up in an institution for that.
I'll mention that. In your day, I be looking at stories that be happening in your day, in this day, and even before then, they've been locking up people for a lot of stuff that's going on right now. Like being a flame, they looked at that as a mental disorder, man. Like something's really wrong with you. why you want to lay with the same? You a male, you want to lay with another male? They be like, what the hell is wrong with you?
But it's in the Bible.
Yeah. But then, you know, since like you said, remember, or just like as a recent this jump shot situation, people was all against it. I ain't getting that shit. And then, yeah, you go into pharmaceutical places and stuff like that, or you go to certain Walmart, certain grocery stores, and you see old Jake lined up there, man.
But you know who be getting it though? The elderly, man.
That's why I said it'd be old Jake lined
You know,
up there.
I like my generation, they're gone, man. I mean, all the things was better, but this generation now, especially the elderly in this generation, they screwed the hell up, man. They're done fighting. All I was sitting in the chapel, like, God damn. They're done fighting. Our people don't got no fight in them unless the cop kill a wicked nigga, man. Right.
Anyway, and then after that, what? Then what? You know, no more protests, no more BLM, none of that shit. What happened?
You got to kill each other.
And then the BLM, Black Lives Matter, you still running to your enemy for help.
It's all sour, man.
Dumbass black people, man.
Yep. It's all sour, man. Bacon, lettuce, and mayonnaise.
God damn.
It's all sour, man. It ain't no good. You're not supposed to eat bacon, lettuce, and mayonnaise.
I was about to say, that sounds like a horrible combination.
The lettuce is the good thing.
With the bacon and the mayonnaise?
Corrupted it.
The bacon is probably more. The mayonnaise probably got salmonella in it.
The mayonnaise is the so-called white man. People look at that. They love it, man. That's against the law of the Bible, man. They love it. And they'll go in church.
Like, yeah, they probably are church people.
Because you know why they say that? Because they set up those preachers to say, come as you are. Transforming our people into wickedness, man. All right, go ahead, brother.
I got something real quick while y'all was, since we was going into that situation, that topic is, people's mindset is not on, what's happening right now. And actually,
Yeah, well, you get that.
I'll read this real quick. This is the book of Sirach, also known.
Who's a Christian out here? Who believes in Jesus?
Does anybody believe in Jesus?
Who believes in Jesus?
Hey, man.
You're my man in the chair. Do you believe in Jesus? Be healed.
Anybody believe in Jesus? Damn, man, I don't nobody believe in Jesus.
Yeah, man. Be healed. I mean, get up out of that scooter, man.
5 minutes, something.
The faithless are among us.
Get the hand smacked on your forehead so you can stand up and do the gyrate.
It always be the ones that come up on the schools. Oh,
What is that?
No, I just said it always be the ones. He played the thing and he kind of repeated what you said.
Go ahead, sometimes we gotta choke a little.
Yeah, go ahead. The book of Ecclesiastes, also known as Sirach.
Now, we're not making fun of nobody in the chair, man.
No.
But that's what they do in that Christian church, man. He's back. Are you a Christian? Okay, good. Let's talk about the Bible. Be healed. Oh, you don't have the time. Come on, man. Not allowed to publish what? No, we can't cut it off, man. Go ahead.
They filming you right there.
Yeah, they filming you right there.
I mean, they always
They didn't talk. So what the hell we got to cut it off for?
I thought this was America. You had rights.
Go ahead.
And see that? Let me go ahead and read it. Ecclesiastes.
Well, maybe it was good to talk about the man in the chair.
Yeah, maybe it was.
They might have been a Jake. I think they Jake.
Go ahead. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 11, or also known as Sirach, chapter 11, verse 25. It says, in the day of prosperity, there's a forgetfulness of affliction. All right. It says, and in the day of affliction, there is no more remembrance of prosperity. All right. So in the day of prosperity, which they look at is now, because they look at it, all the things that's happening now and stuff like that. Their mindset is not on that. Their mindset is, enjoying their average day. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. And nobody said you can't enjoy your day, but you got to know what the hell is going on. You got to know the name of the Lord, and you got to know what is getting ready to happen. But there's a forgetfulness of affliction. So their mindset is not on, what is getting ready to happen.
You know, and there is really no such thing as a what if no more, man. But there should always be a thought of your mind that's like, okay, things aren't going so well. You look at the news, everybody agree that things ain't going so well. You know, the prices are shooting up on everything. People keep talking about the gas prices. No, it's everything. All right.
Everything up there, man.
There's a forgetfulness of afflictions. Everybody, people's mindset ain't on affliction.
But they talking about an upcoming food shortage now.
We already in it,
He
damn
stuffed up, man. He saw the slow Biden. He can't hide it no more. He's even warning people. Yeah, it's ought to be real.
Yeah.
He's warning because they can't hide it. You know,
If I can say this, because you said about publish, right? Which we are able to publish.
who the fuck is he to be talking?
If I can say this, the thing is that this is our public. This is our people, our society. You know, this is the eyes of the Lord. And we showing the people that tune in the idiocracy of all the people that are non-believers out here, man. Okay, and the mind state of these people. That's why we pay the camera around. Okay? To show you how our people come up against us. Okay? The ignorance of our people. You know? We call them out of the hope. You know that you a Christian. Well, let's see what the Bible say. They don't want to listen to us.
First of all, let me say this too. When she said, cut it, it ain't like you Liberace or some shit, and you said something special or detrimental to society. He didn't say any damn thing. And then we sort of upload it like he's somebody special that people can see it was those people right there. And we got to go in and snip it out after an hour and a half or something. Get the hell out of here. You didn't say nothing special. You ain't nobody special, man.
When it comes to recording and publishing, you know, just going based on governmental, why not? You know,
Well, the Lord is recording, man.
yep. The only time a recording is not allowed to be published or is considered illegal is if it's not by our own, which this is, you know, technically by our own. So therefore, no form of copyright in it. So why are we not allowed to publish?
Hey, they record police brutality.
Right.
But like I said, it was a 2-second clip, and then nobody so-called special or of reputation.
And every time you go in the store, we being recorded by the big ass satellites out here, man. But every time you go in the store, they even show you that you're being recorded. They tell you that you're being recorded. All right?
But you got to do it in the Bible.
You got to exactly. So
You
what you
ain't
going to
Steph Curry, you know?
So what you going to? And even they record him. They record him every time you go in the store. They tell you that you're being recorded. So what you going to do? You gonna run up in there, cut the cameras off.
They got them all.
But I'm saying that
on the light bulb.
yeah, but I'm just saying that's nobody special.
Right.
There's nobody of reputation. So as long as it doesn't come in conflict with a lifestyle, then there's nothing you can do about that.
Right.
Man.
It's in public anyway.
Oh, yeah,
What does the word public mean, man?
you know? And that's according to Esau's laws and his conduct and stuff like that. Because according to the Lord, this is all being jotted down and taken into notice, man.
So she gonna go home. Who was those guys?
Yep.
Let's try to find out. So I can.
And believe it or not, man, there are angels that are marking all of these people around us, man. You know,
Let me bring this up.
they taking into consideration all this stuff that's going on out around here, man. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. This is Habakkuk chapter 2. Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 1. It says, I will stand upon my watch and set me upon the tower, and will watch to see what he will say unto me, and what I shall answer when I am reproved. And the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon the table, that he may run that read it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry.
Yeah, we have to exude that patience, man. You know, as much as we say these words, you know that it's going to happen, man. You got a lot of these people. What is that? 2 Peter 3. You know, I think life is just going to keep on continuing on. We don't know when the Lord's going to come. You know, he coming as deep in the night, man. You know when you least expect it. Okay, But a lot of these people, they're not looking to the Lord to come. You know, we gotta have that mindset that He can come any day now, man. You know, we gotta be prepared for that. Okay, be like wise virgins. Okay, the minute that you start saying that the Lord ain't, we don't know if it's a year or two from now, you start thinking that, oh, you knew the day that the Lord gonna come. He gonna come on July 13th.
And that's another thing that a lot of Israelites have a problem with us saying. Like you know, we would say that it could probably calm. It could, you know, a certain situation blows up, then it could possibly calm down a little bit, but it ain't never going to be the same. Either way you look at it. Right. But then you start, like you said, you start saying that, no, man, this is it. And then another 5 years go by, which we don't hope. We don't look forward to that.
Drop out like 2000.
Yeah, but yeah, you want to drop out. So you're supposed to have that mindset. It didn't happen any time.
Yeah.
But either way, no matter how long it happened, you still supposed to be like, what? I'm gonna continue.
If we knew that He was gonna come in this year, you're gonna have a lot of people that just randomly come up, wake up. It's time for me to bring up the garments.
No, what was that breakdown?
How many more weeks we got?
Yeah.
Let me get ready.
I got it starched.
Like, yo,
That's not garment. Smell like wool.
Wool, like I got a whole wool now.
Yep.
Hey, that's true. If Jake woke up, if Jake knew the Most High was coming the next year, if he saved, man, every goddamn Jake,
This whole block.
we had to set up 50 different camps.
They come out the woodwork.
100,000 men camps.
Yep.
You know, and then when he don't come, they be like, man, remember that Superman movie with Christopher Reeve, and he got his ass kicked, and all the people that loved him, man, he ain't. And they all walked off. Go ahead, Superman. That's us, man. That represented the fallen angels, man.
And Noah went through that similar situation when he was building the ark.
Yep.
That's the
Same thing, yep. That's the point. Yeah, he been building it 50 years already.
Noah, hey, that's in that scripture. 2 Peter the third. I got it. 2 Peter 3 and 10. No, like 4, 3 and 3. You can start at 3.
Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. This book of what is it?
You know that one.
All right, it's the book of 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 1. This second epistle, beloved, I now write unto you in both which I stir up your pure mind. By way of remembrance.
That's right. Yeah, like you just said, bro. That's remembering. You know, our people always, you know, had to deal with patience. You know, waiting for the Lord. You know, you gotta stay in the spirit, but while waiting for the Lord, you got it.
Example with Moses.
And I'm gonna keep reading. Verse 2. It says that ye may be mindful of the words which were spoken before by the holy prophets, and of the commandment of us, the apostles of the Lord and Savior.
Now, when you go into that, of the words of before, when you read Romans 15, I think 17 or something like that, we're 15 and 2. Everything are written aforetime is for our learning. So that's reincarnation. Read that over again.
Yeah, that is reincarnation.
That's reincarnation.
Yeah. Verse
we
2.
read it now. Well, remember, what about then?
Yeah.
What is that talking about? Read it again.
Verse 2. 2 Peter chapter 3, verse 2. It says that ye may be mindful of the words which were spoken before by the holy prophets.
Right, to be mindful. That's when you go up one, you're talking about being awakened to your remembrance.
Right.
That's reincarnation. What do we have to remember? Who we were. Even if you say at that time, some of our people was born and like Timothy called it. They was born worshiping the Greeks, following the Greeks. So what do they have to remember if they never was following, practicing being an Israelite? That would have to be reincarnation.
Well, that's another cut to that, man. As far as the Lord, you know, as far as everybody being chosen. What in the world does a Moabite need to remember? You know, what is Chop Suey? Chop's our guest. Yeah. What is it? What do these guys need to be brought back to remembrance? What? That doesn't even make any sense.
Chicken ain't too young.
You know, what is a Ishmaelite? What does an Ishmaelite need remembrance for? Remembrance for what?
Well,
The rock.
you want to say that? You want to say that? Ishmael, like Ishmael was playing with joking against Isaac.
You said what?
Ishmael was joking against Isaac. You know, and the Lord kicked Ishmael away.
So that's
Crazy. Why?
You should remember. Yeah, because when they was young, Ishmael was joking on Isaac, you know, playing around. And Sarah wasn't really like that. You know, she said, "Hey, get this, move this woman away from you, man, and our child." You know, and Abraham didn't want to do it. You know, but these people, Cain, your forefather, Esau, your forefather, they ain't want to listen. They ain't want to do what the Lord said.
That go back to Jacob and Esau. That go back to Hebrews 12 and 7:16. He was rejected. Why? Because what did it say? Read that real quick.
12:16. Yep. It's Hebrews 12 and 16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane persons.
What profane means disgusting. Yep. It goes into outside the temple, but it means disgusting.
Esau didn't live off of faith, man. He didn't follow his parents wanted him to do that. Yep. And he went to go marry Canaanite wives. You know,
What's crazy, I did a video and saying, well, why did Jesus get hung if he was accursed? How did he get hung if he wasn't accursed? He had to be cursed by God. Some atheists say that. But the Christians, one Christian came on the channel, I didn't even answer. Because Pilate said this man's blood is cleansed, he done no wrong. But it ain't about what Pilate said. It's about what the Most High judgment is. Now, Isaac, now when you look at the story, Rebecca, the one helped, was it Jacob? Yeah. Rebecca, the one helped Jacob. Isaac wanted Esau to have the birthright.
that was the firstborn.
The firstborn, right. But he still helped him, and he was unrighteous. Right. And Isaac was the one that blessed Esau with the sword. Right. And so Esau comes back with the sword and killed Yahushua. If you think about it. And what Yahushua, in every life Yahushua did, mostly the ones that, as Isaac, as Solomon, when he went off following the other gods.
Right? It's crazy. Yahushua was up there with the elite when they took him to Pilate. Mm-hmm. They had been, you know, not saying it is, but that could have been Esau right there. Where, you know, Pontius Pilate, amongst them elite Edomites. Mm-hmm. So that was all in the same.
He's like, I'm going to get you back.
Yeah, same story.
But guess what?
Because Yahushua is Isaac.
Yep. But guess what? Yahushua is going to come back. So the Most High did it all in perfect order. He allowed these things to happen so the revenge can best be served cold, as they say, or we say hot. You see, the Most High is not going to do anything to anybody unless there's something that they had done, right? Because he's a righteous power. Like Yahushua wasn't going to get hung unless he done something in order to get that curse to be hung. America won't be destroyed unless America does something to be destroyed. Right. You don't get punished unless you do something that's
punishment. The Lord. Well, when Abraham had asked the Lord to he had, you know, about Sodom and Gomorrah. You know, he's like, if there's 1,000 of the people, will you destroy it? Will you destroy them? You know, the Lord said, if there's 1,000, I will not destroy them. Then he said, well, if there is one, would you destroy that person? Would you destroy him? He was like, if there's one person that's in this land, I won't destroy them. You know, and that one person was Lot. You know, Lot was that one person. Okay, and that's the same thing for today. That the Lord looks at Israel, okay, in this land, And he's saying if there's one righteous Israelite, I'm not going to destroy them, man. Okay? You know what? Try to get that right fast. I know it's in Genesis.
What's that?
Where it says if there's one righteous.
You talking about a lot?
Yeah, well, Lot.
Abraham.
This is like Genesis.
You gotta look it up, man.
Genesis 18. One righteous.
If you see it, somebody may put it on the comment board. What do
Yeah,
you
but
looking
them
for?
scenarios are what are you looking for? All in the same
A lot.
Said the Bible destroyed if there was one righteous.
Let's see if it's
Genesis 18.
18.
You get it? It's Genesis 18. Because this is cold, man. This is Yahweh Shah speaking to speaking to Abraham, man. You know, Melchizedek.
Yep.
Speaking to Abraham about what he about to do to Sodom and Gomorrah, man. Yep. After he told him about that he's gonna come back to him as his child. You know? It's Genesis 18 and start at 16. Start at 16. Yeah. Because America is Sodom and Gomorrah all over again, man.
Yeah.
That's reincarnated.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing, the reincarnation.
Sodom, Gomorrah, Altman, Rome,
And all
and the
that.
neighboring cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. Yep.
All that.
This, it says you have Genesis 18 and 16.
Yep.
It says, and the men rose, yeah, and the men rose up from them and looked towards Sodom, and Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
Right. That's another scripture, man. You know, all nations of the earth shall be blessed in Abraham. Now, you have a lot of different nations that came from out of Abraham, not just Ishmael. Okay, but Abraham went on and had the Torah. Okay, and he had other children too with her. Okay, but you had Isaac, you know, Jacob and Esau. Okay, Esau got different nations, but for the most part, it's Esau. They are Edomites. Okay, but even though the real blessings and being chosen comes from Jacob, okay, or comes through Jacob, these other nations like Esau being blessed with the sword, this is his time for his blessing right now. Okay? Because in the kingdom that ain't gonna happen. But go ahead. When you read Genesis 18.
And that Genesis 12 and 3 really talking about Israelites.
Yeah.
Now, other nations do have their blessings, but when you go to the precepts, Acts 3:25, Revelation 79, and you go look up the words, Amos 3 and 1. Go ahead, brother.
It says, seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him.
Right. It says a great and mighty nation, because that's talking about Israel. Okay? Well, go ahead.
It says, for I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he have spoken of him.
These other nations, they don't do that. Only ones that do that, where it say that he should do what? Teach his children.
It says, command his children and his household after him.
Amos 3 and 1. You only have I known of all the families. Because Esau, they're not a part of that family.
Yeah,
They
you got,
broke that brotherly covenant.
right. Yeah, you got families of the heathen, you got families of the Israelites. So you got different set layers. You got unbelievers who are Israelites, right? Then you got unbelievers who are non-Israelites, right? So when you got families that are Israelites, and then you got heathen families that are non-Israelites. But then you can have heathen families that are Israelites. It's got to follow the context.
Right.
Oh, yeah. It says, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he have spoken of him. And the Lord said, because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sins is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me. And if not, I will know. And the men turned their faces from thence and went towards Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near and said, wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? It says, peradventure, there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein?
Right. That's synonymous with America. You know, if there was righteous men here, you know what the Lord destroy those men? Okay, go ahead.
It says, that be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from thee.
So now when you go into this, when we was brought to slavery, you had some of us who were believers. But you think they was all unrighteous? You had past lives. You know, you've done things that you still have to pay for. So the Most High, the bottom line is the Most High is not going to punish you unless there's something that you've done. So you say, well, what about the blind kid, or what about the cerebral palsy kid that they're looking at Chinese and stuff? That's because something they did in their past life.
That's a real strong person, man. You know, to come here and that state of being, you know, you got people that don't even know what life is whatsoever, man. And they just going to end up being destroyed. They already destroyed, you know, but when this judgment comes, they're going to be destroyed even further, man.
What's that scripture that go into? Fear not, which kill the
Body.
yeah.
So you're going to have even little children who did nothing wrong in their life. They're going to die by thermonuclear destruction.
The Lord is able to make you into what they call a festival, man. Until those missiles come, man. You know? And to see it and to feel every bit of that burn, man. You know, that pain. Because you're first off, people who hear that, their eardrums is going to explode anyway, man. Okay? What's that? Their flesh will consume where in their mouth. You know?
Michael.
I think that's something like that. That's the, you know, that's the horror, right? This place, that's the horror being destroyed, railed, backbone by a bunch of rods.
Yeah, by missiles.
The STDs that going to come out of them missiles. You know?
Look how good it's like the radiation.
Yep, the radiation.
Your joint really gonna fall off.
It's going to leave it burning.
Burning on fire, the whole body.
Zechariah.
Burning like that.
Oh, sorry. It was Zechariah 14:12.
Yeah, 14:12 with Zechariah.
You probably think about Malachi, the last chapter.
Yeah. Zechariah.
That's what you probably think.
Yeah.
This is the book of Zechariah, chapter 14, verse 12 to water. It says, and this shall be the plague wherein
The plague, those STDs, the missiles, the burning and all that stuff, those are plagues, man.
Syphilis.
Hold on. The crabs. The crabs are gonna have a lot of food to eat, man. Here. What you can probably equate the crabs to being those wicked and doleful creatures that's gonna be here, you know, eating all type of stuff here, man.
Like the fish monsters. Down in Chernobyl, I seen a video. It was, you know, the radiation down there. You know, the plants. They were like nearly stick bug, like sticks. You know, they looked really just messed up, and they was like moving. They like nearly trying to walk. And then you got two-headed frogs down there, and other mutated animals.
That was the Chernobyl, the power plant that meltdown. And you know, it's still not happening. All these years, that soil will never be habitable, man.
Yeah.
So that's why the scriptures talk about America. Once it's destroyed, it will never be inhabited again.
The water will be contaminated. You can't drink that water no more. But the fire, that's what those missiles will cleanse the water. Now, the world is made up of mostly water. You know, so more land is going to come. You know, and that fire and all that stuff, the land might form around that, you know, to cut off that water supply. You know, because that water can't go into the other, because the whole world would be destroyed. You know, so the Lord going to have to cut off that water supply, man, for this place, you know, and that contamination being out there in the world, man.
Yeah. Verse 12:3, man. The book of Zechariah, chapter 14, verse 12. It says, "And this shall be the plague wherein the Lord will smite all the people that have fought against Jerusalem." All right. It says, their flesh shall consume away while they stand upon their feet, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes.
Yeah, all these people's dreams and hopes are gonna go away, man. Okay, and they're gonna be dying like what's that? The Terminator 2, man. You know, that scene when those missiles were shot off, man. A lot of these people are gonna be burnt up, man.
Revelation 14 said they're going to be tormented, you know, in the presence of the Lamb, in the presence of the Holy Angels. The Lord said He's going to torture you, man. Torment
right here.
You know?
Exactly. We got a picture of that right here.
Yeah, you can watch a movie called Raiders of the Lost Ark, and he told them to shut down. The angels came out; they had to cover them. Then the angels came out, and he said, "Don't look." And whoever looked, they started melting. You can see their skin melt, and their eyes consume away while they were standing. That's actually in the movie. You know, go ahead, is there more there?
Oh, it's still the same verse. It says, and their tongue shall consume away in their mouth.
That's high extreme heat.
Verse 13. It says, and it shall come to pass in that day that a great tumult from the Lord shall be among them.
Tumult goes into confusion, like when you see the earthquakes. That's what that's talking about. Confusion, chase road, people running over each other. That person that's in that wheelchair,
They're gonna kick him out of it, you know, get ran over. He ain't gonna be able to go fast.
The chair gonna be laying on the side with one wheel spinning. With the motor on full speed.
John,
But that's where he was going, in full speed.
Remember that big woman got pepper sprayed in the
yeah.
So you talking about pepper spray?
Yeah.
When she go to riots and stuff.
Yeah.
Right, once he said got pepper spray.
Oh, I remember that.
Oh, anything goes.
Yeah. Go ahead, keep reading, man. They're gonna die just like what's that? Travis Scott. Yeah. They're gonna get trampled over. They're gonna get ran over and die, man.
Got verse very strong. Yep. Verse 13. We'll continue on verse 13. It says, and they shall lay hold every one on the hand of his neighbor, and his hand shall rise up against the hand of his neighbor.
People gonna be having running, breaking their feet and stuff like that. You ain't gonna be able to run, man. You know, somebody when you running, somebody just holds you to push forward. You know, somebody trying to in these buildings, trying to get out of the building. These buildings don't got no fire escape plan, man. We got an elevator. You know, look at the Titanic. They try to put all the women and children on that board. Now you gonna have the Transformers trying to say that they women.
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, like that thing that won the world championship, whatever the hell it is.
Like, to be honest, if you're trying to bring back a nation, I know it's a little graphic, but you know, the men are the ones saved because they had to shoot. Like, let's say the world was only a few thousand people on the earth, you know, and the man is the one to bring back the nation. You saving the women for what?
Well, actually, when they left, what's that area they just the U.S. pulled from? That Biden pulled out. Afghanistan. There was a bunch of men that got on the planes and they left the women behind.
Now, because of war, you have men who have families, and obviously they want to save that, especially the little boy. The reason why it's the women and children because you might have a seed that need to be raised to bring back their lineage. So you would sacrifice yourself so that seed can grow up and make more children.
Right.
You know,
it ain't gonna be none of that. The Transformer trying to get on the boat or inside, you know, something that's safe. People ain't gonna be with that shit, man. You know, that's not no woman.
That's why this is a simulation. Everything you see happening here right now is false. When hell breaks loose, you're gonna see how many friends you really had.
Right.
How many neighbors. You know, Uncle Joe. You know, Lester across the street. Where are they gonna be?
You got those Transformers, the women that act like men or try to be like men. Yeah. You gonna have women that's you gonna have men out here crying like women, crying bitterly. Yep. You got that go out the third chapter.
You can also what you can go into. You don't have to. You can go in Esdras with the 15th chapter, 2nd Esdras. Who got that?
Yeah, I was actually holding checking that.
Yeah, get off 15. Sorry, 1. Read that though. Joel 3 and 2.
This is
You go in the spirit though. So
This is Joel 3 and 2. I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them there for my people, and for my heritage, Israel.
So that's not talking about everybody. Go ahead.
Whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land.
Who's they? The so-called white man did that. You all have to pay, even as a nation. Go ahead.
And they have cast lots for my people, and have given a boy for a harlot, and sold a girl for wine, that they might drink.
So if you want to say Deuteronomy 28 ain't true, what about Joel? You know? When did that happen? The British Israelism that happened to them? Yeah, right.
Slave ups and bops and stuff like that. You know, they still have pictures and stuff like that of those things, man. I'm pretty sure they probably got them in little Edomite ran towns, man. You know, they had the circuses and stuff like that.
They go to a car auction. That's all it is. It's still here. You know, they sell a car like how they did when they sold us. You guys Christian? Y'all Christian? You want to talk? Can I ask you a question? Okay, all right.
Y'all a Christian with 2 kids. Go ahead. A lot of people claim to be Christians, and you see that they're not. Because Christianity in the black community is do what you want to do. Yeah,
Pretty much.
that's all Christianity
That's all
is.
sums up to.
Christianity does nothing for them. Christian churches does nothing for them. Like Christianity is fake. At least this one is Christianity. When you teach them this, the real Christianity.
Not being churches, you got like Christianity, you know, and the black women follow that. All they do is set up Lil' Kim. And after Lil' Kim came out with her nasty, disgusting shit, all the black women became freaks. You know, they became wearing blue hair. Before you wouldn't see that unless you went to a circus act. Go ahead.
It says, yeah, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon? and all the coast of Palestine.
That represents the Hamite too.
And some of them Arab nations.
Yeah, because they got those people that claim to be that land is theirs, you know, in Palestine. They fighting and dying over there. You know, and it's like, what do you have to do with the covenant? You know.
It says, will ye render me a recompense? It says, will ye render me a recompense?
What that goes back into the redeem, recompense, repay.
That's another word. That's another word right there. So redeem, recompense, and reconciliation all go hand in hand with each other. All right? And again, when you hear those words, you have to go way back to the beginning.
Yeah, because that land that they're at, that gotta go back to who the rightful owners are of Israel. You know?
They talk about reparations. They talking about it's a big thing about reparations. Well, that's the real reparation. Now, if they do give it, I take it. You know, but that's
But it's
still
not going to repair nothing.
yeah. It's not going. You know, I'm not going to say that we're going to turn it down. We want to use it.
Well, we want to take it anyway.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. You know, the scripture say that the saints is going to take the kingdom.
Yeah.
You know, so this world is rightfully ours under Yahweh Shem Yahushua, man. You know, we're not to be ruled alongside Esau, Edom, you know, or any other nation, right? You know, having little negotiations and so they can have sanctions and stuff on us. You know, no, our people are going to be rulers of this world, man, and that's what we here standing here before our people to try to let them know. You know, do you want to be a king?
I'm already a king, bro.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
So what kingdom do you have?
Nice, man.
Do you have a? So when you come home, you got a woman?
Got several.
Okay. So
You're supposed to as a king.
you're supposed to.
But you can have one woman if you want.
Yeah, if you want to. You know, but I'm just
Now,
saying.
Jesus is a Negro.
You're right.
You don't believe in Jesus.
We just saying that this ain't what he looked like. This is a lie right here for the so-called white man, which is Esau.
So what's your motive, man, to say that people that is it a black and white thing?
No, it's not a black and white thing. Can you get Ephesians 6 and 12?
Don't get me.
It's not a black and white thing, man. But
So if it ain't, all right, or is it more so to say that the black man is Jesus?
it's what you say. That's part of it. Okay, the black man ain't Jesus.
I'm just saying.
The black man is Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah, the so-called black man.
I believe that too.
Right.
Right.
But you know, through race, not race mixing, really. In a sense, yeah, we would the seed is of the father. So when you look at Blake Griffin, who has a blonde-haired son, that father's still of an Israelite descent. St. John 6 and 63 said it's the spirit, or ain't nothing to do with the flesh. But in the totality of the white race, they're gonna have to pay for their sins that they committed.
Not all white people.
All Edomites.
Not, yeah.
They
all
gotta
white
pay.
people?
Yeah, no,
Edomite.
All Edomites.
Explain that to me.
If they're from the if they're from the they go from the seed of Esau.
Yeah.
If they're from the lineage of the Caucasus Mountains, right, or Petra and Edom, of the Bible we speak. Those nation of people is the one that put us, the ones that hung Yahushua, the one you call Jesus. Although our people was behind it,
Right.
but the whole nation of people, it's about a nation.
Right.
Like we're not African. You might say you're African. Do you know there's different? You had dark tribes selling other black
That's
people.
all we can do to fill out African American.
Yeah.
We the only ones that say African American.
Right.
Chinese is
Right.
labeled as American.
Right.
You know, we the only ones that
Right.
say African American
Right.
on our applications and all that shit.
Right. But when you go to 7-Eleven,
They
they
was
look
here before the fucking Chinese.
right. But when you go to 7-Eleven, they're dark as you.
Yeah.
But they would never say they're you.
Right.
So we're saying as a nation, those nation of people,
Right.
they're going to go into slavery, according to the Bible. Those top elites, these people, all of them.
We might don't see the day. We might don't be here to see that day.
We're hoping to be here to see that day.
Hoping to see the fall of our enemy.
It's going to be soon. It's going to be
So
soon.
you saying the white man is the enemy?
Yeah,
Esau is the enemy because some of our people look like white people.
Right.
You know, some of our people look like
people.
racist white. Well,
no. Whether they racist, if you're an Edomite, no matter who you are, you want to get that
That
done.
ain't right.
you're allowed to be racist. We're racist. So
No, what I'm saying is like you got some good. I'm not racist.
Romans 9.
I grew up around in the neighborhood, black people, no white people. I know some good white people.
Like this woman right here,
So
she could be one of our people.
Yeah,
You know, just you don't look at it just because she.
yeah, because I'm saying you can't say that.
all Edomites. All Edomites. They're all bad.
Edomites are bad.
All of them.
If you come from a, so you basically what you saying is if
If you're a honky, you gotta go.
We're going to show you something.
if your ancestors were slaves, right? I mean, slave owners.
Right.
That's not. You might just had a baby.
Right.
This year, great grandfather was slavery.
Okay.
That got nothing to do with the baby. Just
Yes, it does, according to the Bible.
Why?
Because it's generational. Like the white man, he kept the generational wealth, but he stole.
We got that.
Yeah, but think about it. Everything he's obtained and he has, he got from stealing. So we don't say, well, back 500 years ago, it doesn't matter. Well, yeah, it does, because that's how they got it.
Right.
Yep.
So you're basically saying Edomites, right?
Just a rock 12 and 10, somebody in the
Off
pocket.
of, that's tough.
You see, it's hard for you to believe.
We got Romans 9 and 13.
What Bible you reading from?
King James version.
Sometimes we have to explain it to you before we read it, so you can get an understanding of what we're saying.
So do you agree that we are we're punishment we're punishment?
Y'all no punishment?
No,
It's all of us.
It's about as a nation of people.
Black people, yeah.
Okay,
Black people.
that tells you right there.
So did all black people? Why are we a punishment?
Why?
Yeah.
Racist people. Segregation.
No.
All that shit. No, we gotta think about
it
it.
goes back before.
No, I'm just saying what you think about it right now. If you look at where all the drugs get sold at, right? You don't see no.
I'm talking about before that.
I'm just saying right now.
I'm talking about
No, I'm saying as a generational problem. So you grow up, as each generation go up. We already know that.
So why don't they have to pay? Right? That's a good question.
Evil ones.
Well, they all evil. That's a nation.
What I'm saying is all people ain't evil.
Good job,
Evilness don't come in color.
Well, where I'm getting at,
It's more so a person.
It's
not a whole. You can't. It's like you can't see like a white person walking up the street, right? She might clutch a fucking pocketbook to see a black person. Right?
So the whole
That's
nation.
fucked up,
So I'm gonna
because
ask you a question.
as a whole-
All these people, some of them are righteous. This whole nation of these people.
Yeah.
You're gonna say there's some righteousness out of some of
I
these
ain't gonna say
nations of
that.
people.
But I'm
I'm talking about out of their lineage.
No, I'm saying you got some white people out here, right? And I'm not taking up for white people. You got some white people fighting for the same cause as for us, the same way, like equality.
You talking about
You got some. I'm just saying you got some people that will go out there and that will really say shit that been done to black people ain't fair.
Right.
Shit
They might have been Israelites. They might have been us.
They might change.
They might be us.
So that don't go to the whole race though.
Yes, it does. Because the race
That's kind of
would be
contradictory.
down. No, it doesn't.
So if I say, if a white person go out there and publicly that got power, say a politician, anybody, and rightfully so, goes out there and speak on the fact how black people been treated, trying to change things.
They still gotta pay.
But that's kind of fucked up, right?
If it goes back to Esau's line, yes.
That's what my question. That's where my question comes in, though. That's where my question comes in. We are being punished as so-called black people. We're being punished because we went against the law, right? Not all of us went against the law.
So why did we get punished as a nation?
We had to get punished as a nation. Why are we all getting punished?
You know what? We got to read the scripture. Somebody get Job 39 and 17. He was holding Isaiah 14. Read what the brother put out first, Isaiah 14:21. And a brother hold Job 39 and 7. What's that one? Is it nation only? 39?
Oh, yeah, I know what's about.
Yeah, go ahead. Read that.
Yeah, this is Isaiah chapter 14 and verse 21. It says, prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers.
So why do you think racism is still around to this day?
Yeah.
These people didn't have us in slavery, so why is it still happening to this day? Why did slavery even happen in the first place? Why is it even racist in the first place?
We never know.
We do know.
We do know. The Bible tells you.
All right, but check this out though. So if you going, so what I'm saying to you is, right, if you doing exactly what they doing, what that make y'all, what make
We're not
you
doing
saying
what
is
they're
not.
doing.
What I'm saying is, if you got a racist white person, right, a whole nation that's white
Racist.
right,
We agree
and
with
they
them being racist.
and they saying what they saying, right?
Right. We put them in slavery.
So if you had a choice, would you put all white people in slavery?
Of course, we all going
Oh,
to.
Edomites.
That's what the Bible says.
So even if you're a baby,
Yeah, they got to go
Right.
too. Isaiah 14:1.
it's kind of fucked up. Man.
Isaiah 14:1. Get
It's kind of
that.
harsh, man. You gotta think about it.
Well, God is harsh. Did you know
I
that?
know that, but that ain't our place for to be God.
Yes, it is. God tells us to do His
We
will.
can make change in a good way, but that's kind of
You
like
want
saying,
to be to get along, go along.
no, you don't gotta be to get along.
Right. But God, hold on. God said He punished us. They got to get punished too. Same thing. That's in
That's a little
Ecclesiastes 3:15.
No, the baby's right
But-
here. I get it. I get what you're saying, but that's deep. That's
Of course.
deep.
Well, that's God.
That's the reason why this world is in the confusing state that it's in.
But
They
you
gotta pay
it ain't
for
gonna never make it no better saying all white people.
So we should forget about that.
Right.
Now, not white people, Edomites.
When you say Edomites, you say Edomites like basically a descent of racist
Right.
people.
Yeah. Say all what it is. Get that in Job 30, the one I
So
want.
my father was a
Read
drug
that.
dealer, right? And I
He's
went.
an Israelite. He wouldn't be. He
What
wouldn't.
I'm saying, if he was a drug dealer, right, and I turned out went to college, what that make me?
Right. What do you mean? What it make you?
What that would make me? If my father did something and he paid for his sins as drug dealer, he
Right.
might even kill somebody.
Right.
But I turned my life around.
Well, he's got to
What that
pay
make
for
me
his
though?
sins. Not you, because you're not.
But
you're not responsible.
why wouldn't
We're gonna read it. We're gonna
show
show it to you. We gotta read. It's not our words. Lead the scriptures. Isaiah, what's that? Job 34.
Job,
Get Isaiah 14:21. This is the book of Job, chapter 34, verse 29. When He giveth quietness, who then can make trouble? This is talking about God. And when He hideth His face, who then can behold Him? Right. All right. It says whether it be done against a nation or a man only. Right. So He does it. He punished nations. Right. Which we do know what a nation is? The man, the woman, and the child. When you go to the story of Joshua in the Bible, guess what? The Israelites went and took down nations. The white man came and took down us. We don't have money. We don't have the money they have. We don't sit up in the
So what's
UN.
your whole purpose of doing this then?
What is our purpose of doing
To
this?
restore our nation, to get our people to realize
So
that we're God's chosen
right,
people.
right. But see, what I'm saying is, instead of all right,
Did I say
you'll get more done, right, in your cause. So you say the witness of the white man, right?
right?
That ain't helping them little kids out.
Well, it ain't meant to. It ain't meant to.
But that's what I'm saying. So what about the little black?
We only care about
Get
the
Ezekiel
elect.
9 and 4.
We
Ezekiel
only
9
care
and
about the
4.
elect.
What that mean?
Get Ezekiel 9 and 4. Let's see what the Bible says.
So you telling me that the little kids out here that's dying and shit?
They
Hold
might
on,
not be of the elect, man. My bad.
No, you fine. Ezekiel 9 and 4. We're gonna read the scripture on everything you speak.
This is
Okay,
Everything,
go ahead.
everything is an answer according to the Bible.
This,
Right.
this is Ezekiel chapter 9, verse 4. It
Right.
says, and the Lord said unto him, go through the midst of the city. You listening? Through the midst of Jerusalem, and set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and cry for all the abominations that be done in the midst thereof.
We're crying about the wickedness in the society. Go ahead.
And to the others, he said, in mine hearing, go ye after him through the city, and smite.
Smite. You know what smite means? Kill. Go ahead.
Let not your eyes spare, neither have ye pity.
Right.
Slay utterly old and young, both maids and little children, and woman, but come not near any man upon whom is the mark.
God is saying this.
God is the one who kills at the end of the day.
That's true, but he don't-
You're not listening to the Bible.
I'm listening.
It ain't
I'm
cool.
saying,
You ain't listening.
But I'm saying, like, what's going on right now in this world? Right?
That's why we read this.
So listen. Y'all do back to school drives for kids and stuff
No,
like that.
no.
See,
Back
what
to
I'm saying is-
who school are we
what-
sending them
what I'm-
back to?
What I'm saying
These
is-
guys, man.
What I'm saying is, do you do anything for the young black community?
No,
We doing this out
we
there.
are. This is.
For the elect.
That's it.
This out
We're
there.
doing
This
this.
is for not black, man. You so messed up because these people have made you think that we're black.
We're one, right?
You think black
No,
people
we're
wanna
not
hear-
one. We're not one.
Hold on. You think black people want to hear this? The black people Look at all the preachers. Look at all the preachers that went out and did drives for black kids. And what happened to the black kids? You're still getting shot.
You want Babylon and us to continue to go together and get together with the so-called white man. That's our enemy.
The only thing going to change it is these devils go down. That's how it's going to change.
That's why
as long as they're in power, do you know who funded Black Lives Matter? Tell me, sir, do you know? Yes, this man here, George Soros. The white man funds all these black organizations.
That's why we
those black food drives.
That's why we called that scripture. Ephesians 6:12. We got to get this.
I got it.
So what you going to do to change the community that you come? Where you come from?
I come from here.
No, where you come from? Where's your upbringing? Where you grew up at?
I grew up here.
And what? The streets? Like you grew up in
I grew up in the
neighborhoods?
streets, neighborhoods, and everything.
Yeah,
I grew up in
So that's where you come from, right?
Right. Okay.
Yes, you come from the struggle, right?
Right. Okay.
You've been there, right?
I've been there.
You've been there. You've been
course,
there, right?
Of course.
So that's where you come from.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, if you can make changes with some young adult, the new kids that's coming up that might be destroyed, instead of focus on the white man, you might be more humble.
Hold on. We're not focused on the white man. We're out. Get Ezekiel 3:17 real quick. We're going to show you. Right, because he's a devil. You're a guy that wants the devil to continue.
Right.
That's just part of it. We're just bringing out his judgment.
Let me say this real quick.
Ezekiel 3:17. Read that.
Let me just say this before we go. I'm not saying that y'all wrong, right?
But you ain't saying we're right.
I'm not saying you're right. What I'm saying is the time that y'all spend doing this, right, coming from where y'all come from, you could be spending more time and resources helping. Because y'all say y'all out here for positive cause, right?
No.
You're not out here for positive cause.
The positive is for the elect.
For this place to go down.
That's the positive cause.
You
want to build here.
Yeah,
he wants to build. You want to make it here in America. We were born here for slavery. Right. We wasn't born here to make it.
How long you been preaching this word, brother?
I've been preaching it a long time.
How long?
Long enough.
Give me 20 years.
Not 20 years. I knew the truth about 20 years.
What changed since you been?
Right. That's the whole point.
What changed since?
What I'm saying is that
he wants Jesus to come right now.
Our neighborhoods are still messed up, right?
Right.
Our neighborhood's still messed up, right? We had many people that tried to do what you have said to do, and it never worked, man.
What I'm saying is, if you talking to talk, you only doing is talking.
Right.
You're not power right now.
You need to go to ICBK. They're the ones.
What I'm saying is,
words about people are gonna die.
You're talking, right?
Get Ezekiel 3:17.
You're just talking, but you're not making no change.
Let me ask you a question.
You're not making change.
We're not here to make change.
If you're not here to make change, then you're against
Who is in power? Who is in power? That kills everything. Who's in power?
Who in power?
Who's in power?
You in power.
No, I'm not.
You're in power right now.
Yeah, you ain't in no power. Get out of here. Who's in power? They said we in power. Who makes the law? Who makes the law?
We already know who makes the law.
Who's in power? So who's in power? Who runs the earth? Who we got a scripture? Proverbs 29:2.
What I'm saying is,
Proverbs 29:2. You answer the question. We're gonna read the scripture. We're not here to change anything.
If you're not here for change, what you doing?
We're waiting for the Lord to come to change.
Answer the question.
We're waiting for the downfall of this place.
Proverbs 29:2.
Here we go. Here we go, right here. Here we go, right here. Come on, read the Bible.
When the righteous are in authority,
right,
the people rejoice.
Right.
But when the wicked bear rule, the people mourn.
Right. So all the people are mourning. You're mourning, but you want to make it here. You want to make it here. God is not coming to save children.
It don't make sense.
So is God coming to save children? Is God coming to save little children?
He come save you?
Is he? I don't know yet. Is he coming to save little children? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Somebody.
Is he coming to save little children?
Nobody's being saved right now.
Right, but is he going to come save all little children?
We don't know that.
We do know that.
You know that. And guys,
we do know that.
Before you go, right? You want to hold an event for the people, right?
I ain't saying hold the event. Get them in Rex.
Get the one.
No, get them in Rex. Get them out the streets.
Jeremiah 11:14.
What I'm saying is,
Who put them there? Who put them in the streets? Who put the drugs in the guns?
Actually,
I get that.
I got
Hold
that.
on. You want to hold this event, right? Let's just say that. Get them on the streets, right?
Right.
You got to go get the water and all that stuff, right? Where you got to get the water from? The so-called white man. Right. He owns all the freaking resources, man.
Making them stronger when
you making them stronger when you do that.
I got something right here. I got
something.
Read the Bible. Read the Bible.
This is Jeremiah.
Jeremiah what?
11:14.
Right, go ahead.
Therefore, pray not thou for this people.
So we're not supposed to pray for them. This guy loves America. He loves black
He
people.
let a white man.
And black people don't love black people.
Hold on.
Black people
Hold
are
on.
killing each other.
You got
Trying to use the
new
white
balance
man resources.
Listen, hold up. He got new
his
balance on.
cure our people.
Right.
He got
That's
new,
not what's
listen,
gonna
he
cure
got
us.
new
Right.
balance on.
Right.
Who make that?
Koreans.
White man. They got new balance. You
Right,
know,
sure.
man,
Right.
I gotta wear something.
Right, because the
You know,
scripture
man,
says,
you wear some
but what does the
fucking
Bible say?
But this kind of
Use the world, but don't abuse it. The white man's car. We in a white man's house.
We got on white man.
We got the white man's coat.
White man.
We got the white man
White
everything.
man shoes. White man shoes. White man
And that
shoes.
proves
So
we're in captivity.
what is
We're
you
in
saying?
captivity.
You wasting your time here.
Well,
you
you're wasting your time.
And
No,
how
you ain't wasting our time.
We ain't wasting our
You're
time.
wasting. You're cool.
Jared,
That's all you are. You are cool.
See, that's
So
what
you
I'm
say you wanted to.
You're cool.
No,
Because you want to
I'm not
protect the white man.
Listen,
The
I
white
ain't
man's
no
going
white man.
down no matter what you say
Listen, I'm not
or what you
saying
do.
protect the white
You
man.
keep
I'm
talking
saying
about the white man. He's doing
you're
this,
not doing
but
nothing
yet
for
he
the
wants to
community.
love the white man.
You're not doing nothing for the
Right?
community.
The fuck the community.
You just
The hell with the community.
So you say
who over here listening to y'all besides me?
Well, we got a camera here. We got a camera here.
You wanted to open up.
So says a
Y'all not
Negro.
doing nothing for the
So says a
community, though.
Negro with his pants hanging down, man. You know,
You're not doing
this is
nothing
our
for the
people,
community.
man.
You wanted to open up a black.
You get the exhortation
What is
and
the-
go in the
Get your-
neighborhood
no,
and help
no,
your kids out.
What is the community teach? What is the black
No, don't
community
ask
teach?
me nothing.
What is the black community about? What is
Why
it
you
about?
ain't doing?
You gotta answer.
Why he doing?
He got his Chick-fil-A sandwich going down the street. Dumbass. He's always concerned about black people. But then he won't go protest about black people killing black people. But what is black culture about? That's the question. Nobody knows. What is
You
the
said
black
that we're
culture about?
devils,
Come back and answer the question. They call Jesus a devil. What
How we deceiving
the
anybody?
question is, what does black culture? What does black people do for each other?
I'm
You gotta go to high school.
You know what? I'm gonna read this again. I'm gonna read this
We
again.
want a back to school. We want a back to school drive, right? So that we can learn about the white man's history.
What I'm saying is you're not helping us.
We want to learn about the white man's history. What are you doing?
Man, it's crazy, man.
What are you doing?
I'm not doing nothing.
Exactly. Well, that's the point. You so concerned about black. Hold on. Okay. All right then.
Go in the hood.
What have you?
Go
Who
in the
was our
neighborhoods
people?
where the kids at?
Okay,
and
good.
preach that shit.
Okay.
I'm standing here
Who
downtown.
were we before the 1500s? Who were we before the 1500s? Who
I
were
don't know
we?
where we was at.
See? So now
We here. Y'all not doing
This is
nothing
his
to help the
mindset.
young kids
You
out here.
gotta know your
Y'all
history.
preaching about this
You gotta
shit, but
know
it
your
don't
history.
matter.
You gotta know your
Can I
history.
read this again?
That young kid
You
here
gotta
can be
know your history.
brainwashed
He ain't
to
no
say,
kid.
y'all.
He's not a kid.
I have a
That's
question.
how dumb you are. He's not a kid.
I have a
How old
question.
is he?
He's old enough. He's not a kid. You know
What
what
I'm saying, well, my bad, the
a
teenager.
kid is a baby.
He's not
adult.
an adult.
A kid is a baby.
not an adult.
He is an adult,
He is an
according to the scripture. Where do you get that from? The white man. The white man. You just said you had several wives. But this society don't teach to have several women.
Right.
There you go. You going on. You just lost,
Check this
man.
out, man. Y'all lost, man.
I have a question.
Can I read
He
this?
just said he's a king.
Go
And he
to
got
the
several wives.
And help
Now look
the
at him.
kids out, man.
Now he's talking about helping kids. He don't give a damn about kids.
So you
Because if he cared about kids, he would have a drive helping kids.
said to
He
help
wouldn't
the
be up
kids out,
here,
right?
man.
Yeah, I think y'all.
You said to help the kids
I
out,
said
right?
y'all do
Do you
that.
know what these schools are teaching us?
He's a
In
school.
art class, they teaching us to show some Leonardo and some fucking Michelangelo da Vinci, right? With some
What
damn
school you go
Jesus,
to?
with Jesus with some lab.
Hold up. What school you go
Doesn't
to?
matter. He goes to
Doesn't matter.
school.
He go to a public school, right?
It doesn't matter. Private school teach the same thing. How you know you're in a public school?
What school he go to?
That's not your business.
What school he go
It's
to?
not your business, man. It's none of your business.
White man
It's
teaching
school.
that. So
It's
you wouldn't
school.
have in school that you got to
The public schools are teaching what the white man teach too.
They're showing us pictures with God's backside out with a fucking picture.
You didn't go to a public
This
school.
is Jeremiah 11 and 14. Pray, therefore, pray not to God for this people. So
He loves the white man.
fuck
He's
these
a white man
black
lover.
community.
That's all he is. He loves the white man. And he's doing nothing to help the children.
We all brainwashed. You know what brainwash means? Do you know what brainwash means? Do you know what brainwash means?
Hey, you're a cool nigga.
Do you know what brainwash means?
Go ahead.
Do you know what it means?
Biggest fraud of
What do you mean? Do you know what it means?
20 years of doing
But
that
do you,
shit.
do you know what it means?
Well, you're a simp.
You're not doing that shit.
Go ahead. He's a king, though. He's a king. Yeah, right. You're a queen. Go ahead, brother.
20 years and ain't
Go
done
ahead.
nothing.
This is Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse
With his
44.
pants hanging down with a Chick-fil-A sandwich. Go ahead.
It says,
Right.
It says, he shall It says the
Look at
stranger.
you little chunky faggot. Go ahead.
That's why
We love that type of stuff.
Right, right.
That's why I know you
Go ahead, go ahead. He's a scoffer, man.
Go ahead.
Ignore him.
The stranger that is
Ignore him,
within
man. Go ahead.
within thee shall get up very high,
That's a woman. Go ahead.
and thou shalt come down
Go
very
ahead.
low.
Go ahead.
He shall lend to thee,
Right.
and thou shalt
Right.
not lend to him.
Right, we gotta
Okay,
go
good.
to the so-called white man and everybody for everything.
Right.
Man.
It say, he shall be the head, and
Right.
thou shalt be the tail.
Right.
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee and
See, you
overtake
can't
thee.
trust a nigga with a shiny face coming up like he's smooth and shit, man.
You got a lot of people that have tried to restore the communities and stuff like that, and they
Right.
get gunned down, man.
Right. What about Black Lives Matter?
Look at that, this guy, young dog. He came in his hood
Yep.
to get back, and they shot him right
Oh,
there.
look at Nipsey Hussle. Right. Nigga got gunned down.
Right.
You know?
Bottom line is, we ain't out here for black people.
Yeah.
That's what we
Black
always
means death.
we always make that clear. He sitting out here with a fucking 2-foot gut out, tight ass shirt.
Right.
You know, pants unzipped and shit. And he over here talking about black people. You know, pants hanging down. You know, that's the prime example of black culture, man. You know, that's the prime example, man. You know, he telling us to open up some damn back to school drives. You know what those schools are teaching us children? You know, they teaching us some artwork, right, of a man that writes poetry about love poetries about men shitting on his front door. Jesus with slabs of lamb on his nuts, and then God showing his backside out. Even worse than that, that gets graphic.
Yeah, this is the demons, man. Said we would have healed Babylon, but you can't heal this place, man.
Here, 1 Peter 4:17.
I got another scripture too.
Go ahead. He came up to bring nothing but confusion, man. We tried to reason with him on some degree. Then it gets the name calling and all that, man. It's not working.
Check 1 Peter 3 and 6.
Who called it? 4:17.
Oh, 4 and 17. It says, 1 Peter.
And see, the white man, I love that. See, if we was Edomites, he wouldn't come up there and do nothing like that.
Yeah.
And if it's racist Edomites, he wouldn't say nothing like that. Yeah.
And we always get these problems from these Jakes. You know,
There's always our own people that come up with problems, man.
this is 1 Peter chapter 3. I mean 4.
Just going to the neighborhood. We got a lot of different people that come around here, man. We said earlier, there's not about skin color. You know,
He does, and see, that shows he's more concerned about the white man than he is his own people.
Right.
He's a complete liar, man. He doesn't care about the black people. He only care about white people. Go ahead.
Yeah, it says, if any man suffer as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh on this behalf. For the time has come that judgment must begin at the house of God.
Right. So the house of Israel, the house of the Most High, judgment must begin at them, man, at our own people. Yeah. Because of that, his mindset is supposedly, in his mindset, he's saying that we're not concerned about the black food drives.
and we're not entitled to teach like the stuff that the school teach.
Right.
We gotta get the resources to get the children in the communities to go to the school.
Right.
But this is the school right here.
Right. And you got to get it from the white man. Then he goes to talk about the shoes. What the hell that got to do with anything?
You already answered. You already answered that. Use the world. Use the world.
But don't abuse it.
Yeah, don't abuse it.
The scripture
Meaning
says,
don't love the world.
Brendan's season was his, man.
And I said, what we gonna come out here, nigga?
Right.
We got it.
We in captivity, you jackass. And I even said a car. You got to register it.
Right.
That proves that this is his world.
Yeah.
But see, this nigga called himself a king, and he don't want to be a king. He want to be a flunky.
We want to get the money right back, like you were saying. If you go to the, get all of this stuff from the so-called white man, you're going in a circle.
Right. Yeah. And we don't really go into the whole labels and all that stuff, the New Balances and stuff like that.
Yeah.
If somebody want to get some New Balances because they feel comfortable, but we know where this shit come from. If it's a pair of $5 shoes that look good, man. Jake can't go outside the house unless they got some Jordans or something, man. You got it.
I just got one scripture going in. This is Jeremiah 7 and 8. It says, "Behold, ye trust in lying words that cannot profit." And that's exactly what he does. Trust in everything that doesn't profit him a damn thing.
Yeah, we gotta get the children to get a degree,
you know, to go to college. We just read Ezekiel 9. That cut all that.
Yep.
The Lord said, go get Ezekiel 9 and 4.
We want to teach our people to be good slaves, man.
You know what those jakes are gonna do once they grow up after coming out of algebra class? They're gonna go 16 bullets plus 17 bullets.
Yep.
Minus 4 bullets.
As I said before, this nigga is not out to help the public. He's out his chicken sandwich and his pants hanging down, and he's too old for that shit, man.
Oh yeah.
What are you teaching the youth? What are you teaching the youth looking like that, man?
He's trying to criticize us on something he's not doing. That's what a hypocrite would do, man.
And he got his fucking stomach sitting all the way out and gonna try to talk about somebody weak and shit. Like, what the hell wrong with people, man? Sitting there with his fade and shit.
This is Ezekiel chapter 9, verse 4. It says, and the Lord said unto him, go through the midst of the
And
city.
then you can see his underwear. So what are you teaching the youth? You got your pants hanging down, man. You're supposed to be setting an example for the young black men. But you're bopping down the street worrying about the white man. Then he says, it's not about the white man. It's about the black kids. Nigga, you don't care about the black kids.
You got your damn zipper unzipped.
You got his zipper down, pants hanging down, stomach sitting out and hanging out. And they're going to tell us how we supposed to conduct ourselves. We're setting the example of how to conduct ourselves as men. He calls himself a king, and he got several women, right? But this society, this white man teaches, you ain't supposed to. Yeah. But you can have the same man, same sex.
Yeah, just because you got several women don't mean shit, man.
Yeah, they
He
also
ain't got several women.
Yeah.
He's a bonehead liar, man.
That don't mean nothing. That'll make you a king. That'll make you a king. You know?
He crooked, man.
Especially in this day and age, King Solomon had 1,000 wives. 700 wives, 300 concubines.
and the average guy can get 6 women. That's not even an issue.
Yeah, he ain't got it.
No, they ain't here to begin with.
This nigga got 1 eye over here, 1 eye over there, and trying to talk shit. Like Forrest Whitaker.
God damn.
Yeah, he probably all the women that he was talking about, I bet they were probably sex dolls. Who knows?
Probably.
You know,
But then he calls him a kid and then say, what school you go to? Nigga, don't matter. We're not gonna tell you what school I go to, man. It ain't even about school because this is the real school, man. He does that shit because he has to. Yeah. You know, or he's homeschooled, by the way, number one.
Wisdom of this world.
You know?
you know,
Homeschooled, man.
Yep.
You know, these fucking niggas, man. That's what's wrong with niggas, man. They always got something to say. They always think they know shit to try to counteract what you say, but then the nigga does nothing that he says to do. This motherfucker ain't go nowhere and try to help out any black kid. This same Negro probably on child support, man. How much you want that? This same Negro probably don't even take care of his own children, man. He got all these children. And why you got extra Chick-fil-A sandwiches for your children, man? Or maybe they all for you. He probably, you can see the continents of a nigga, man. He ain't doing nothing for his. You gotta watch, beware these niggas that's always talking about helping the black community. Polite was one of them.
I asked him that. He said, "I'm not doing that." He
Right, where you go?
You know,
So what the hell you telling us for?
he killed. And another way he killed this question because out of everything he said, we asked who is in power right now. We don't have the power to do that shit right now. So who the hell is in power?
Hey, we for the children. If they learn, there's nothing wrong with that. We ain't like, you're a child, you can't get online and learn any of this. You gotta be your parents. Your parents the one gotta teach you.
And most of the time, the little children stop up. We be talking to them.
Right.
You know, all
This is the love, man.
their mothers be the ones that be pulling them away. You know?
Get Isaiah 55 and 1.
For the most part, come on, get away from them. You know,
Right.
Their parents, yeah, we
See, he got that spirit because of women. Women always like, they're not out for the children. Because a woman, her mindset is take care of my fucking children. So then you got them simple, sad netted niggas like that. That's always about the children. But they do nothing, if you notice. Polite driving around in a big ass car, all those guys driving in nice rides, but they ain't got nothing set up for the children. Where are the black centers? Where are the communities? Where are the black children? What about all those athletes that make $1 million contracts? Where are the black communities, the black what they call daycare centers for children, recreational centers? Where they at?
We definitely don't have that here.
Shut the hell up, man. You black grimy ass nigga, man. Go ahead, read Isaiah 55 and 1.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 55, verse 1. It says, "Ho,"
But he didn't want to read. He didn't want us to read the Bible.
no, it says, "Ho," which means listen. It says, "Everyone that thirsteth, come ye to the waters.
Right.
And he that hath no money, come ye buy and eat. Yeah, come buy wine and milk without money and without price."
So he said, we're not supposed to go into some damn hood, man.
Where there are a lot of undesirables.
Yeah, he's got to see. If he talked to ISUK, it'd have been all good.
Yeah.
Because they're out for donations for black people, black communities.
You give somebody $5, they're gonna go try to use that to go get a hit, man.
Yeah, what did Yahushua say? With the story with the fish and the loaves of bread.
They only came for the fish.
They only came for the fish and the loaves, the food. And if you do food jobs, that's all niggas gonna come for.
Yeah.
The free drink, the hamburgers, hot dogs. You know what it is, man. You throw a cookout.
Dirt bikes might come.
Dirt bikes on one wheelie. Yeah, Yahushua one knee on a wheelie.
They try to do this stuff all the time, man. I think it was last year. They had a thing in what's that right there by Washington and Monroe, that park right there.
I don't know.
Well, they had a little thing for the community.
You talking about downtown here?
Yeah, in Washington and Monroe.
Oh yeah, downtown Baltimore.
Yeah, they had like Morrell Park or something like that.
Park, yeah.
Morrell Park. They had the dirt bikes come through and the shit got shot up.
Yep.
They tried to do the stuff for the community. Dirt bikes coming through and people getting shot up, man.
Well, the question that grind ball, that fat ass grind ball couldn't answer was, what is the purpose of the black community? What does the black community do? He couldn't answer that. He couldn't answer another. He couldn't answer that. He also couldn't answer what were we? Because when we asked him what was the point of us going into slavery, that's very important. He said, races, segregation. The mindset of an average black person don't go beyond 16, 17, 16, 1500. So you asked him that. Yeah.
Said he didn't know.
A lot of so-called black people don't even know the history before 1500.
He said, "Well, I'm talking about now."
Man, we ain't talking about now, man. Look, now the past. And what does the scripture say? Remember the days of old, but from the start he had a problem with the Bible. He said, "Oh, what Bible do you read?" Right. When they ask that, they usually have a problem, man. That's why you're not quiet.
Like you reading the Bible.
Yeah, like you read. You don't read, man.
You reading the Bible? What Bible you reading?
Like it's a Bible that Nicolations 1 and 3 go to the hood and get back to the community.
He should be reading some of the place. Maybe he wouldn't look like that.
It says the same thing in every Bible.
I think he doubled down on it.
That's that black thing, man. Yeah. Everybody's so concerned about black people, but they do nothing for black people. Those are the ones. Those are the ones you got to watch, man. That's the ones you're fooled by. It's all about black people. Read that.
It's Amos 3 and 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city, and the Lord has not done it?
Now, when I asked him the question also, well, is the Lord coming to save children? What did he say? I don't know. Yeah. No, he's not coming to save all children. There's black infants going to die. We can go to somebody get Lamentations 4. Was it 2?
Yeah, that talks about they don't want to get the children and stuff.
Right.
Maybe he need to say something.
Is he going down the 4?
The hood asking for that sandwich. He's going to give it up.
He gonna keep going.
And then what we look like with bring a little Tookie into the kingdom, man. The little Nas X's. He got sons. They gonna come in and kill him, but bring on all the little black children. Man, it ain't about fucking black, man.
That's true.
But then he came concerned about the black community, but he also talked about not all white people bad. He's a dope nigga, man.
That further proves why the Lord had to jack us up. But dudes like that, back in the ancient times, terrible.
Yep.
That's scary.
Yeah, him having a child.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Hey,
You
man.
don't even got the
Yeah, I know
mindset of
today.
All right.
you
I
know.
met a woman out of town today, white Caucasian lady, questioned me, asked me about your religion. I said, each his own. I also told her, hey, you want to believe in this? He said, is it all black? I said, no, it's black and white.
Right.
Amen.
Yeah, that's right.
Y'all have a blessed day, though.
All right, you
I'll
guys.
see you tomorrow next week.
All right. What's that in Lamentations 4?
If people make it a black and white thing, man, Scripture says it's not about flesh and blood, man. You know, Moab, so-called Chinese, we ain't into all that, man. Okay, it's about Israel and all these other nations. These other nations are counted as spittle. Okay, they ain't worth nothing according to what the Bible say, man. Okay, these other nations were meant to worship us. Okay, that's who they were created for. We were meant to worship the Lord, and these nations were meant to worship us. Because all that they have is really supposed to be ours, man. That's what makes you a king. Not no, you think you're a king in your own mind, man. You know,
You're a king by worshiping women.
yeah, you're a king. Your women don't even worship you. Your women don't even serve you. You know, but you're a king though.
You know, since we say the word woman, the woman all turn around, flip around. See, that's how much society upholds a woman. That man really, all he did was uphold a woman. That's what that all been about.
Oh, if you would have said something about women, you would have been
Right.
You would have lost it.
Yeah, because when you're dealing with children, you're dealing with the woman. And that's why he called himself a king. It's all about the black woman. He ain't nothing but like one of those black conscious guys. He's concerned about the man's shoes, and earrings, and stuff like that.
They always come with that. You know, they always come with that. And you know what, man? We love it, man. You know, that's what we look for. That's what we out here for.
They persecuted your house shop.
That's
All
right.
that stuff.
So you know what, man? Hey, Tawadi Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shah.
Shop.
We cut his ass through the spirit of power of Yahweh Bahashim Yahweh Shah. The Lord brought him up here to be cut, man. You know,
He couldn't leave. He kept coming back. No, man. Then at the end, we just cut him off.
he came the way he came up here. You saw how sloppy he was. He cut himself just by the way he looked. You know, how the hell is he supposed to bow to his king with that cut up?
I ain't gonna talk about, weight shit, man.
That's the society that is. You know, you got weight problems. You got to talk about somebody else. You know, because it's nothing but the demonic force out here, and that ain't what we out here for, man. You know, we out here for edification. That guy ain't want no edification. Really, he should have been gone a long time ago. But you know, hey, man, the spirit rules how the spirit rolls.
Well, the scripture say, answered out a fool according to his power.
Right. So when he started, but it ain't no aim, man. We not in the spirit of that, man. You get it or you don't. You get it or you don't. You know?
Y'all, you got it?
Yeah. This is Psalms chapter 10, verse 2. It said, the wicked in his pride doth persecute the poor. Let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined.
That could be our own people.
Yeah, they goes to our people.
That's actually
first. You know, yeah, you say that Esau, he the poor.
Esau's part of it.
But our people that they'll rob you. You know, fast as they rob and eat about it. You know, don't even look their way. Don't even go in that community. You know, you do have some people that say you good, man. I only rob white. You know, you do have those people.
That guy full of shit.
But
They full of shit.
they only care about, you know, our people are wicked towards our own people, man. You know? And our people are poor. People lack of knowledge, really. You know? We got riches, you know?
Black people, what the black community teaches is that we have to rise up for the wrong reason. They want to rise up to be on the level of these guys. They don't want to rise up and go against them. They want to rise up to be on the level of them. So we can rule hand in hand with them. You know, they can have their sanctions, we can have our sanctions, and we all gonna be good. That's what the black community teaches. To love your enemy, to trust your enemy. And that's why we in the situation we're in right now, because of black people doing that shit.
Our neighborhoods are freaking burnt You know, every block around here in Baltimore City got a freaking burnt up house, man. You know,
What they call it, abandonment.
yeah, or corner store. You know, with another nation ruling it, man. Read what you got.
No, you have. Okay, yeah. This book of Lamentations. I was going. You know, if why would you love a person, right? If you're trying so hard to be on the same level as them. If you love them, shouldn't they love you back? So why do you have to fight to get up on their level? You should be already on the same level as them because they should love you back. The book of Lamentations, chapter 4, verse 22. It says the punishment. It says the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished. Right, all right. O daughter of Zion, he will no more carry thee away into captivity.
Yeah, now you go into the scriptures, it says the Apollos have watered, but Yahweh gives the increase. So we just can't go out and try to wake up black people and wake up black children. That's impossible. If the Most High want them woken, God will awaken them. Hey, brother, if the Most High want them awoken, the Most High will awaken them. We can't sit up there and go into the community. Get off that little dirt bike, nigga. Stop smoking that blunt. They have to be called. The scripture says many are called, but few are chosen. That goes to the reason why he's concerned about the children is because of the woman. It's always the woman. That little cross-eyed chunky rascal, all he cared about was the woman, man. He don't even really care about the black children.
Like saying, like going in the hood and polish up their chains, man. Keep them in slavery, man.
That's what he's doing. We trying to be comfortable with slavery.
Yeah, we're trying to loosen those slaves, those things that are keeping our people slaves.
Yeah, if you turn around and listen, when you go to the history of the Civil War, you had the, going back then, you had the abolitionists. You know, you had Richard Humphreys and various other abolitionists who was about so-called emancipating slaves, but they were slave owners themselves. They just wanted a different form of slavery. They called the white Southern slave owners more uncivilized. That's why we became uncivilized. That's why you see down south and from the border, that's why niggas are so uncivilized, because of the white slave owners, man. And then you had the so-called mature slave owners who were abolitionists. They said they didn't believe in slavery. What it was saying is it's not slavery. They didn't believe in the mistreatment of what they was doing to Negroes. They said keep them as slaves, but treat them better than that. But they were still for slavery. And this is what this nigga don't understand. That's why I asked him about the history. He only cares about now. But the correct one now, and he should know the quotes. In order to know where you're going, you have to know your past. What were you doing 1500s, man? He's black country, bro. He was born to know. He's going to say, yeah, we're this and that. Okay, the niggas don't even say that. They say he's a king, right? But he don't know. He ain't no king, because a king would want his goddamn a king would want his enemy in subjection, man. That's right. He ain't no real king. He ain't no damn king. You know, that's why we don't use that term so loosely. Right. Malak. Yeah, we did. You want to be a king? You ain't no goddamn king. A king is a ruler, right? You ain't no ruler, man.
Yeah, I got a scripture. This is Romans 11 and 8. But it says, according as it is written, it says, God has given them the spirit of slumber, the eyes that they should not see.
Yeah, them crooked ass eyes, he damn sure can't see.
Right. It says, and ears that they should not hear.
You know, he ain't living right. You know, the brown, beady eyes and shit. Yeah. You know, that nigga ain't living right, man.
It says, up to this day, it says, and David, which was a king, okay, King David says, let their table be made a snare and a trap and a stumbling block and a recompense unto them. So those people who want to be all about black people, that's a snare unto you, man. You know, that's a trap. You're going to fall into that evil eye towards your brother. It says, let their eyes be darkened that they may not see. Right? Thinking that we able to be side by side with Esau. It says, and bow down their back always.
It says, I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation has come unto the Gentiles, that's the other tribes. Okay? It says, provoke them to jealousy. And if we was to get not just the Negroes, right, but any of these other tribes on this chart together, if we try to do something for them, you got one tribe that freaking hate the other tribe. Why are you doing that?
You have gang member Israelites.
Yeah. Why you got those Mexicans with the Negroes?
Yeah, yeah.
They don't need to be with the black people.
Right. Why y'all got white people in the camps? That's the kind of madness you get. First of all, the Most High is the one feeds you and give you everything you need. These guys are trying to feed everybody, and all they're doing is coming for the food. Read that, Zephaniah 3 and 8.
Zephaniah 3 and 8. Right?
We had many scriptures for him, but he bring that confusion, man.
It says, therefore wait ye upon me, saith the Lord, until the day that I rise up to the prey.
Read that again.
Therefore wait ye upon me, saith the Lord.
Yeah, so the Lord said, wait upon him. We're not supposed to be sitting up there trying to do the works of the Heavenly Father. Yeah, look at the camera on the gate. They're just gonna rob the store and do some crazy shit, man. But we're supposed to reach out to them. If they want to learn, we'll teach them. Turn from your ways.
And you're getting that. Yeah, like that's, yeah, exactly. That's if they want to learn. This is for the people that want to learn. You know, not for people that just walking up and down the street, you know, robbing, rapping and shit like that, jumping up and down. We ain't for that, man. Right. You know, and that's why he couldn't answer. What the hell is the purpose of the black man?
And that's why we're gonna go to the that's why we're gonna go to the hood, because we have a whole bunch of niggas like him trying to teach us. And we out here to teach them.
Well, in order to teach niggas, you gotta be one. So that's why they get you out of prison. Oh, well, you go out there with the black on. I'm talking about the ICK, black, and they go out there, them grimy chicks with the gold fronts, the big hats and stuff, the big headbands, dark glasses. That's where you need to go. You're teaching the youth the food drive, the children. We're not against children. Like we hate children.
Yeah. I was trying to you said forbid not the children to come on.
Get Matthew 18 and 1. You know? We're not against children.
But theirs is the kingdom of heaven, man. You know? So children are gonna be able to play, you know, with lions and stuff like that.
Well, the scripture say we're gonna be in the streets fighting.
First of all, we're gonna read the scripture. We're gonna show you what a child is, man. Go ahead. Go ahead. All the demons coming out, boy.
This is Matthew 18 and 1.
Right.
At the same time, came the disciples. I'm about to say disciples because unto Yahushua saying,
right,
who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven?
He said, who's the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? Go ahead.
And Yahushua called a little child unto him.
Right.
And set him in the midst of them.
That's why we say the Yahushua did things in the physical and turned it to spiritual. You'll see why. Go ahead.
And said, verily I say unto you, except ye be converted and become as little children,
right,
ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Right. So you converted. So when we came in, we was little children. It ain't about the little tiny children 2 feet tall running around playing with Tonka toys. You become a child as a little child when you first come into the truth. So we are going out to the children. But damn, man, what you want to do? Set up big chicken fillet sandwiches and shit? Big buffets?
Back to school
and you know who's going to come? The women and children.
It seems like the only time Jake want to come near you is if it's for some damn food. You know, you got something to offer to him, man.
And he probably don't even take care of his own children.
Man, black people ain't shit, man. I'm being honest, man. Black people ain't shit.
That's all full of shit.
It's all full of shit. Black people. Look, man, if we was
do that neighborhood 3 and 1.
If we were to do that, man, not even a full week later, get shot up or robbed, right, man. Yeah. You'll find missing shit. You know, you'll find something missing the next day. You know, so no, man, we ain't out here for no black people, man. We out here for the elect, man.
And you're wasting your time. Okay, well, let us waste our time.
Yeah. Well, he wasting his time being up here.
You're wasting your time, but this is our time. You're wasting your time.
Actually, here in Baltimore, we had a recreation center after
a couple of them, man.
Yeah, right after the Baltimore riot, they built one. Yep. And within 3 days, that shit was destroyed.
Grand opening, grand closing. Go ahead,
Within
Nahum
30
3
days.
and 1, brother. Who got it?
You know, and the back to school drive thing, you know, that school is not what taught me, right? Well, some things that I keep hold on to. But school, this is the real school, and this is what really taught me.
So he asked him, "You're corrupted. You've been taught like, well, what the hell you teaching? What are you guys teaching? You're not teaching a damn thing."
Them demons always like going for him, man. You know,
Because he's young. Yeah, but that don't mean shit. The house shot was 12.
Yep.
Go ahead, Nahum 3 and 1.
Yeah, it says, woe to the bloody
And
city.
he answered it well, though. Yeah, he answered it well. Because he's sharper than any of those guys, man. And they don't like that. That's why the demon came to him and you're brainwashed. You know why they do that? Because they want you being an ignorant, gangbanging, rapping Negro for black people. See, he won't go into those if they filming a rap video and I'm holding AKs, he won't go up to them and say, "Look, brother, this is not good for black people." He won't do that shit. He gonna be like, "How much money you make off this shit, man?" He'll probably even be filming it. Go ahead, read Nahum 3 and 1, man.
It says, woe to the bloody city. It is all full of lies and robbery. The prey departed not.
Right, that's what the brother's saying. That these devils are prey. They don't depart. Just because they give you some New Balances, they give you a couple of shoes and clothes and jobs and this and that. Nigga, you still in captivity. You walking around with the white man's plastic. So what? We got his credit card. We got his job. We got his car.
He proved his own point.
What the fuck was going to do? Go sit up in the alley butt naked? Yeah.
But he proved his own point just by saying that.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Everybody said he literally just proved his own point. He cut himself.
Yeah. You got what they call a predator. You got the prey. What the predator preys upon. Okay. You would think that if it was a lion, right, that was ruling around, okay, and it was nothing but zebras around, that the zebras would try to escape. You know. Well, let's say the wolves. There's a lot of wolves around that the sheep will try to escape. You know, but the sheep got the wolf got the sheep in their
Jaws.
Their jaws. You know, no matter what, where you go at. Okay, so the prey can't escape the bloody city that we get enslaved in. You know, we can't go nowhere because Esau. You gotta get the passports. You gotta get the resources. You gotta have the good credit, good record to even leave to go anywhere, man. But basically, your ass is under captivity. Yeah, you in captivity. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28. I got a quick one. Curses. No, that's good. Go to Deuteronomy 28. Do it one of all things. Deuteronomy 28 and no, further up. 28. It started about 30. Because Deuteronomy 28 goes into past history and time points. You know? All right, go ahead. Got it.
28,
30.
This is Deuteronomy.
Go to 28. Go to 28.
Yep. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 28. The Lord shall smite thee with madness.
It's madness. You know, Ecclesiastes 7 says a gift destroys the heart. And that's how he got destroyed. Because he got a couple of cell phones, he got a couple of freaks, tax time, the money, he's up for the children. That's how he makes his money. That's a niche. A lot of you so-called black women don't understand the griminess of Jake. Y'all think he's supporting you, and a lot of these Negroes ain't supporting you, man. They're about using a tool for you or what you have to make benefit themselves. So by going in and saying, manipulating, saying it's all about raising the black woman and helping the black woman, and half of them niggas don't take care of the black woman. All of them keep talking about the black woman, how, you know, loving the black woman and the children, helping the community, and they do nothing to help the black community, man. They're one of them. They're a hypocrite.
Yep. I'll read it again. It says, the Lord shall smite thee with madness and blindness and astonishment of heart.
Hey, man, we don't want to see your dirty ass underwear when you're walking down the street, man. You know? You got your pants hanging down, trying to tell us how to go into the black community and help them. Nigga, you the example of what children are looking at.
You got dashikis on it. You know, it's like,
Well, that's fine. What the hell you got on,
yeah,
nigga?
man. So come on, man. You got your damn pants unzipped. Pants unzipped.
But he talking
Looking
about
like
Jesus. But Jesus wore stuff like this.
Yeah.
The men of the ancient men wore stuff like this, man. He's nothing but a scarf. What's that in? We can get that in 2 Peter's. Man, it's coming. 2 Peter 3:1. Go ahead.
Yep. And thou shalt
He's a
grope,
lover of himself, man.
and thou shalt grope at noonday, as the blind gropeth in darkness.
Right.
And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and spoiled evermore,
Keep going.
and no man shall save thee.
Right.
Thou shalt be betrothed a wife, and another man shall lie with her.
So he think he got all these women. Well, guess what? Them women lay with other men, you dumb nigga. Go ahead.
Thou shalt build an house.
I don't believe it. That's my opinion. Go ahead.
Thou shalt build an house.
He probably got some, he's a sucker. Where these women he probably paying their bills. Nigga probably ain't got nothing left. He got all these women, but nigga, you going to Chick-fil-A to buy a sandwich.
When she said that he was a king, that's sleeping right there. Everything after that, the whole
It was
thing.
all he concerned about the black people, but he ain't concerned about what happened to made the black people like that, man. Go ahead.
Talk about man. Right. We were put in the captivity for a reason. That's what the brother was alluding to.
Bringing it out.
That was some fine coonery.
Why are people in the condition that we in? You know, but you're not going to understand that because us as a nation, we got punished.
And thou shalt not dwell therein. Thou shalt plant a vineyard, and shalt not gather the grapes thereof.
That's the laborers and stuff like that we do. You know, that we can't even enjoy the fruits of our own labor here, man. You know, you might get it on a lower level, but as a so-called black person, you're gonna always have struggles here in America, man. You know, you're gonna always catch hell, man. You gotta go through this, man, for something. You're always gonna have some type of bullshit. Okay? Just from the fact that you have a melanin, the fact that you are these people. People who got melanin, they thought that those other nations, you know. But you always gonna be looked at as a nigga. That's what niggas don't understand, man. No, you go to the hood. What these niggas doing?
You know, that guy right there, that guy, he didn't understand. He didn't understand. You know,
They always gonna look at the cops gonna come up. What y'all niggas up here doing? You got permits? You got permits to do this? Who permitted you to do this? You know, when we out here right now, the Lord is the one who permitted us to come out here and speak His word, man. Okay? You got to get permission to do a lot of things that He was trying to say to do, man. You know, you giving the money right back to Him. Yeah, is this a tax write-off, or you know? Yeah.
was there more in that scripture?
It's more. That's the whole Deuteronomy 28. I mean, that whole thing is good. Yeah. You got precept. Go ahead. It's 28:19.
I went too far, 19. And then you're going to get a precept.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Now, this is Deuteronomy 28:19. Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out.
Right, so you're cursed one way or another. So you can open up black tribes. Look at the camera. That's the youth. He wants us to go to them and teach them. So now, let's ask the brothers a question. If they was over there hitting wheelies on dirt bikes, and we walked up and said, "Look, my brother, you're an Israelite. Change from your ways. Stop smoking the blunts, or eating the blunts. Stop doing all these things you're doing." You know what they're going to say? Nah, nah, man. I got to, do what I got to do.
He said that. I asked him, do you think black people want to hear what we talking about?
Right.
He said, no, hell no, they don't want to hear.
Okay, then shut the fuck up.
And it's like, there you go. There you go. A lot of questions, a lot of simple questions. He didn't already cut himself.
Who else listening to you besides me? You got people that's listening to us now.
Well,
All these people listen.
Scripture says prophesy to the wind.
That's right.
Whatever they hear for,
Hey
man.
man, look, the Lord is watching.
That's not a spiritual man.
No.
You know?
The Lord is watching. And honest, really what matters, the Lord is watching.
Like, he didn't really have to even come up, man. It was just a waste of time, man.
Well, he got
We should have just cut him a long time ago.
I think so.
he got marked.
Yep.
He got marked.
We went way too far dealing with that guy, man.
That's why I just waited. I said, man, ain't
Yeah,
this
he's
is
just-
what he done.
And for scripture's sake, we bring out the scriptures, you know. But all the scriptures that I know the brother wanted Isaiah 14:21, which that's why I say get that first, you know. It doesn't matter. Somebody get Jeremiah 30:16. It doesn't matter, man. What the Lord says is going to happen. It's going to happen. You watch that movie Freddy Krueger with Friday the 13th. You know what happened? He went after the children. Right? Didn't he go after the children? 30 and 16, yep.
It says Jeremiah 30:16. It says, therefore, all they that devour thee shall be devoured.
Now he's a nigga that'll turn his woman to a whore, man. He's that type of dude, man. Want to show her off. That's what Jake do. Wear the nicest shit so I can feel like a king. Nigga, you supposed to be the leader.
And then as soon as another nigga bless him with it,
He's having an uproar. I'm with this brother here. I never think of it like that. But man, you niggas get exactly what you get, man. You do. He don't know what it is. Somebody look up king. That's what I want to see. I want to see what this word king means.
Why
Man.
would you say king? The woman starts looking at.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
He always
etymology.
look at the word king.
Yep.
Just a regular.
Yeah, he can put his etymology on the Miriam. Because they know it ain't none. They know these men today are weak.
That was a prime example.
That's a weak man.
That was a prime example.
See, a real woman would be like, yeah, they did that to us. They lynched us too as women. They took our own children from us. A real woman would see that and say, well, damn, they should have to pay them for that. We're the only ones that do stuff and they don't have to get paid for it, you know? We had to get paid, we got paid for what we did, so they got to get paid as well. Now, this white man can bomb countries, right? And say, we will not rest till we bring justice. But they can do it. I mean, a white man, they can have that country bombed, and they would say they won't rest. But then when it's done to them, they won't rest until they bring justice. So a real woman would say, wait a minute, they raped our women? They took our children from us? What happened to the love of your so-called black children, man? I thought you loved your black children. I thought you loved your black, you know you don't love your black men, but I thought you loved your children. If you loved your children that much, in your mind, in your spirit, you would say, damn it, they got to pay for what they did to me and my ancestors. Or that was me. They gonna have to pay for us having to jump ship or them throwing babies overboard and feeding our little children. Can you imagine the mindset of a woman? And they take your children and throw them into alligators? They took your children and threw them into alligators, man. And then the woman say, yeah, they don't have to go through what we went through. Read that, brother.
I got it. Oh,
Yeah, King.
Yep. It says a male monarch of a major territorial unit, a paramount chief. Now, I went into that word paramount because that apparently is a big word. It says the definition of paramount, superior to all others, supreme.
Right. That's why they got what you call paramount pictures.
Yup.
You know? They're letting you know that they the kings of the earth right now, man. That MGM, Metro Goldwyn and Meyer, man.
Now, this sloppy nigga called himself a king, right? They said territorial.
What territory do we got here?
You idiot. That's why we don't use that Malak king word so loosely. What territory do we got here?
You can't even go into certain territories without getting checked and stuff like that. And
Which we are the Malaks, yeah, but we just ain't in our power yet.
Right. Yeah, the real it goes into because they rule people, they own people, they own up. Right. So kings really own land and people.
Get that in 1 Samuel 2 and 6.
And if I can say that, going into what the elder just said, was that even though we're not in the our stand, right, pretty much we're still supposed to treat each other like kings, right? You know, we're supposed to treat each other like that, man. You know, look at the example. I mean, it's just a small example. When King David was on, you know, in his latter days, they brought him a younger woman.
Nice little damsel.
People weren't even fighting over it.
Yeah, Lord, just save her for me. They said we're gonna get the best.
They search out through all Israel.
And they probably looked and said, so it's in your woman's spirit to want to be beautiful, man. And guess what? All you women, we talk bad, but for the most part, all you women gonna get your beauty and your glory back, man. We're gonna be kings. You ain't gonna be queens, though.
I believe she was from the tribe of Issachar. So back then, Issachar had a queen.
Yeah, they still do. Yeah. They still do. All our women do, really. You know, they're just in the mind of you know, the pollution and the foods with a messed up mindset.
Not looking at your
hey, me. You're gonna be a concubine.
I feel bad.
The women don't look at the men.
See, that want to be a black woman. She really cursed us out.
Right.
She said, "Bless you."
The black, there you go. The black woman right now, you know, you get this saying the strong, independent black woman. Really, that's the weak black woman. You know, the black woman is weak. You know, that when you think that you can, you know, overpower men,
you're actually,
you know, you're set up high and you rule the household. You're really a weak woman.
She go to Amazon Prime and order a special toy.
Yeah, that's not a strong woman. You know, that's not a strong woman at all.
Black.
2 days. That's a mindset of a weak woman.
Yeah.
So remember, if the men are in a weak mindset, of course the woman will be in an even weaker mindset.
Right, because the bottom line is you're not in your glory if you're over your man.
Yeah,
right. Because that's the natural order of things at all.
Right. So they're really not enjoying themselves.
Right. That's like a female dog humping on a male dog.
Yeah.
That's backwards. The dog on the male dog will be like, man, this shit ain't right.
And you know, it's in that spirit. They always, I want a man and buy this and buy and take care of it. It's in that spirit.
Right. Because we ain't in our power. That's why Deuteronomy 28 said that. How you gonna be in your power like that? You got the top athletes are getting divorced. Top entertainers are being divorced.
You brought that out, Jordan. He's the top of everything. And
he's a billionaire. Yep. And you know what Jordan did? The next wife he married, he said he had to pay $1 million a year just to stay with him. Kind of smart, if that's what you want.
Oh, that dog.
But that's all. That being a pimp, a hooker.
Yeah.
Basically. So really, to be honest, we all kind of like pimps, because you got to be able to have something to give a woman, man. Well, that's why you don't see women now running down the street trying to get married with the cans on the back, because men don't have that power, man. You gotta get this. Go ahead.
This is it's kind of lengthy, but it talks about the king.
That's all right.
This first Ezra 4:1. It says, then the second that has spoken of the strength of the king began to say, because I believe that the king had asked a question about what makes a king special. I forgot what was the original question, but he had asked the question. Let's see. It's in First Ezra. I believe it was Darius who had asked this question, where it said, you see, you can probably just kind of get, I'm just going to get to the point, because I'm pretty sure brothers had heard where it talks about the wine is the strongest, the king is the strongest. Then it talks about it talks about the woman, right? Which I'll probably do a video on this. But this is our first Ezra 4, and I'll start at 24. It says, it looks upon a lion. This is what it said that a man would do for a woman. It goes in the darkness. And when he has stolen, spoiled, and robbed, he brings into his love. Wherefore man loves his wife better than father or mother. It says, yeah, many there be that have run out of their wits for women.
That's that guy. What about the woman? What about the children? And what about them devils?
It says, and become servants for their sake.
And what about the kids? The little kids. The little nigga kid that went in your house and stole your Fruit Loops while you were asleep.
Yeah, me and the elder was talking the other day about the woman. As much as we say the word woman means servant, right? Your woman is really supposed to serve you and be happy about that. You know, you come home from camp, you know, have your you know, wash your feet or whatever, you know, I'll take your coat off.
You don't expect that these days.
You don't expect that these days, but the woman, I don't feel appreciated. I'm ready to get the hell up out of here.
Let the bitch go.
That's all. No. Yeah, but the woman is supposed to do these things, and that's where we was talking about the woman last week, where she's talking about my man ain't a believer. Well, if you do what you're supposed to do as a woman and you serve your man, then he would feel much more entitled. He would look at this and be like, where's this energy coming from?
This must be a real religion. Yeah, I like this shit.
It wouldn't be the disrespect and all that stuff that a lot of women do. I don't respect my man. He ain't in the truth. How can I learn anything from him?
Yeah, they go stand up with a bunch of other men trying to get some form of attention, man.
Yeah, we're not going to. We already see the shit that you got to. What's your man?
This is what I tell everybody. Brothers might have women in the truth. I don't know. Some brothers do. But your woman will never fully respect you till you get that power.
That's right.
Because even the athletes today that got all that money, they don't have the power.
Right.
Floyd can't even get married because he know they're going to take him to the ring.
Right. As soon as they divorce.
He's smart. He's probably the smartest man in the field of money as far as black people. Floyd Mayweather, now I ain't getting married. The minute he get married, he done, man.
Yeah.
He done.
Because you know,
she gonna take that money. Yeah, she gonna go. O.J. Simpson, remember? They took his money. There was the white woman. She could have been an Eve, you know.
And when you got the examples of Dr. Dre's, the woman can just leave and take all the goddamn money, you know. But the man is supposed to be feared, man.
Yeah, what about Samson? Goes back to the scripture. What about Solomon? Women have destroyed kings. So you got all that money, and you still destroyed it.
Yeah, she's supposed to walk away with nothing.
And we know Jake, their woman divorced Anthony Anderson.
He just got a divorce.
Yeah.
Oh, it's happening every day.
Where you getting
Yeah,
concerned?
Behind closed doors, man. That's got to be happening all over compared to how many times do you think that's happening all over the world?
All over.
You know, I'm talking about not just America. I'm talking about all over the world, man. See, we're living in a society. Like I wasn't going back and forth with it, but I was bringing points out. I don't know what the fuck she was saying. She was just a little feminist shit. And she said, you just go around beating women. You're a woman beater. That is the society that we live in, man. You disagree with a woman. You raise your voice up at a woman. They'll say you're a woman hater. You hate women. You're toxic masculinity. If you dare raise your voice up at a woman. Well, if that's the case, that bitch shouldn't be raising her voice up at me. Right? If I'm the one protecting and providing, right, and I'm the one, somebody not ready to break in the house, right? She's supposed to make sure I'm good because I'm the protector. That's only right, right?
Oh, they want to be the heads of the house.
Right.
Well then, next time somebody go break in the house, hey, the husband need to shake the wife. Hey, look, honey, somebody breaking in the house.
Nah, they're gonna flip that feminism around.
They're gonna be like, nah,
That's your job. You the man.
Yeah. Your car break down.
Might have someone that do that today.
Your car break down. You know? Oh yeah, because they buying guns to be sitting down. Right? But a lot of them bitches realize them guns ain't good.
Yeah, Jake, take their guns.
Yeah. Because they don't understand, man. The Lord, it's all through the spirit of the Lord, man. If the Lord wants a house to be robbed, he gonna have it robbed. You know?
Yeah. It says many also, First Ezra 4:27. Many also have perished, have erred and sinned for women. You know? So
You know how many niggas died behind a woman?
great
He is.
That nigga came up, he gonna die behind a woman. But that's the example of the black community right there.
Yeah.
I saw that shit.
You're a king, but you're not even respected, man. You know? A lot of these women don't respect
That's
you,
an
man.
old
They don't-
Jake too.
Y'all gonna grow up the same way.
That's an older Jake. His pants hanging down. He got marine fatigue drawers on.
He grew up with the black community there.
That's the example. The Most High, you notice everything we say, the Most High always bring an example. And we don't want to see your big bed sheet drawers, man.
No, man. Hey, you know it's bad.
With the elastication.
You know it's bad that, you know, like I mentioned yesterday, you know, the woman, you know, the woman wearing all the tight shit, you know, we looking at the nakedness. But then when a man walk around with their drawers hanging out and shit like that, we looking at the nakedness of a man too.
Right.
That's messed up, man.
We don't want to see that, man.
we looking at pornography on both sides.
We're forced to look at that shit.
And then I know back in y'all day, once again, I brought, you know, us growing up, we kind of caught the tail end of it. When you did that, that was a representation of you wanting to be raped, man.
Fleece Johnson.
Yeah, that was a fleece. That was
before Fleece is one pointed out.
Right.
That shit was before Fleece, man.
right.
Yep.
That was a representation of you wanting to be raped, man.
Then they got a Tupac because you know in the hip hop the way you pants.
Yep. We got two by back
And
before them. It was Chris Cross and them that did that shit.
That's what it was, Chris Cross.
You know why? Because they got popped. And Lil Wayne would do it too. Now, we don't want to see, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
We don't want to see a man, because we coming to the tail end of the camp. We don't want to see a guy walking down the street with some rainbow fucking belt on. He got an American flag belt.
You're looking at the nakedness of a man.
That's on America.
Yeah.
America, I'll get that. Isaiah 47 and 1.
Oh yeah.
That's the nakedness.
The Order of Babylon, male and female.
What's his name, Chris?
I got you.
You got
Chris Cross.
Chris Cross. Oh, that explains it. A name like that.
That's telling you, they was split back and forth. Isaiah 47 and 1. You got it.
No, this is the book of Isaiah chapter 47.
See, when you're going into the scriptures and somebody try to take you out of the realm of the scriptures, it's really on us to just leave that alone, man, to be honest. Yeah. Trying to argue with a man that's like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint. The scripture says, Proverbs 29, I think. I forgot. Answer not a fool to his folly. 29 and 9, I think. Lest thou be like unto him. So when he said, what about the New Balance? Wasn't supposed to say a damn thing, man. What about the nigga you walk your cross, crooked-eyed, dump your ass down the street with your chicken sack? You know?
a lot of these people have a reason for why they believe in the things that they believe in, you know.
He said,
that right there, that was idiotic. But we tried to break down everything.
Yeah.
That was idiotic.
and we showed all the scriptures.
He came out the snake because at first he was, you know, he wasn't.
From the very start, he was full of shit.
You can see it in his eyes,
From the
man.
very start, he was full of shit. He wasn't agreeing with nothing.
Right.
Yeah, and when the second he said, "Oh, they got it." Well, the second he said, "Oh, yeah, one." He was full of shit, man. Any chick that come up with that is full of shit, man. Every time for the years we've been out here, every chick that came up here and thought and kind of, you know, was on the fence about they full of shit, man. You know, they full of.
I'm just here to learn.
And that's another thing, man.
But I learned, you know what, dude? You keep learning all these things.
Yep.
Like the BHE,
Yeah, that's a
demon. You see that shit?
That's straight.
I see it. I got it.
Demon form.
Yeah, we got some demons out here. Read that Isaiah 47. We're going to close up, man. About this time is when them demons start coming out. Man.
Our demons just came down and pure
I
peace.
would hate to come down here at night, man.
Did you see that look in his face? Yeah. I like, damn, that was a pure demon, man.
I gotta cut my own brand and I gotta look back away.
It sounded like gave you a fucking bad feeling or something.
Yeah, it's all good, man. The spirit of the Lord prevails.
The other last cat, I felt like an angel. He might have could have been, but he had a big beard on.
Yeah. He walked by. Yeah.
He just stood there for a minute. Walked off.
Yeah, that might have been a demon that just did the same thing.
You got they see them stories in the church, the Christians, Jesus of the little children of the world. You know what the little children are? You just broken it down, man. Yeah. That's the ones that's being renewed, like little children. We can also get that with my sister. Basically, we ain't got to quote it. We ain't got to get it. Basically, my family. Well, if God killed, why the hell he killing children then? Why are these babies being aborted at an alarming rate by your black queens, man?
What about that one with the true worshipers? The Lord came to call the true worshipers. You know?
What about Elisha with the children, man? Right? Why did God kill the little children?
Right.
The sheep with the she bears.
Oh, through the scriptures, there was always a lot of scriptures that said something about putting a rebellious son to death. You know?
What about Joshua? You read those stories. When he said they took him, he said leave nothing. That means the women, the children, everything. Everybody. What do you think we did?
Yeah, you said Joshua, right?
Joshua. Oh, yeah. With AI,
We
Jericho.
we took, and that's exactly what's going to happen, man. The Lord said, we going to take the kingdom, right?
That's Daniel 7:18. Yep. What about Achan? When Achan stole all that shit, and he said, "Don't do that."
He put a whole family to death.
The children too.
The whole family.
What about the Jake? I can't remember that. Jephthah or something like that. When he sacrificed his daughter, because so they could have rain. He said something about if we prevail, I was sacrificed over the Moabites or something.
Yeah.
He said if they prevail, first thing I see come through them doors, and it was his daughter. Now, when you read the history on it, the story, he thought it would be one of his servants, because he had servants. He didn't think his daughter wasn't back yet. So the Most High was setting the example. When you give an oath, take an oath, you should stick to it to death, and he will kill your fucking children. Like the Most High didn't kill children.
I'm about to say, like 40 children got bought by bears or something like that?
That's
yeah, okay. God.
The Most High, there's several examples. They don't say children, but families was killed.
Yeah.
What about Rahab on the roof? And the two spies, I believe, the spy out. She said she wanted to be saved or not be spared. Let me say that, because you got the Christians say, "See, that's an example of salvation." No, she was spared. These elites are going to be spared just for slavery.
Children are going to be dashed to pieces.
You got to have handmaids. The scripture says that children shall be dashed to pieces. Their head against the stone. But no, what about the black little children?
When they do the martial law, they're going to do that, man. They're going to be killing children and stuff, man.
Yeah, we know that you go to sit up there, run out the door, stop killing them like Larry Hogan.
That's a baby. That's a woman. That's a woman. You don't want to do that for a woman.
You know, with 12-year-olds and 13-year-olds are shooting each other on the streets, you know, that's the Lord kill them too.
Right? But yet, these people who run the world and the policies are doing nothing about it. Until a cop shoots a black man,
They sacrifice it.
yeah, he don't know that either. But this is the thing, they always bring up when a black person is unlawfully killed by the hands of a white man, it makes the news media. You know why? Because it's media. It's hype for that station. They don't give a shit about you, and they're doing nothing about it.
Some of these people in these wicked secret societies, man, they be eating Negroes, man. They think that Negro is a delicate meat, man.
And they drink the blood too.
And guess what? They do that to white children too.
Yeah.
Just thinking Obadiah verse 7, where it says the treaties and stuff, breaking them, that's a big prophecy next, because, you know, at that time, because, you know, the military can't really harm, you know, the civilians, because that's part of the humanitarian laws. You know, because the military and war, they got, you know, laws too for some reason. But they're going to have to break that law in order, you know, to start causing death.
Yeah, that's the martial law.
That's martial law.
Which means warlike law.
And that means there are no more humanitarian laws. And therefore, the military is now lawful, right? They're allowed to shoot you on the spot.
I ain't talking about humanitarian. This devil's never been humane. Come on now.
With this going on, right? Why do you got a humanitarian law set when you have this. That's the root of the problem. That's what he couldn't get past.
That nigga is all about the black children. Nigga, you ain't about black children, man. Or you would have your one of those 7 wives or whatever you got. You would have one of them children with you, and you would give them the Chick-fil-A sandwich. You wouldn't be taking them amongst eating amongst your own chunky ass self, man. You greedy bastard. Act like you care about the children. All you do is care about feeding your goddamn face, man. Half these niggas, I'm telling you, that black culture shit, that what's that? That Malachi Z. York shit was one of the sisters said she was into that shit. He was having his way. He was having a smorgasbord of little boys. And what about Brother Polite, man?
He might have been one.
Yeah, he might have been molested. Brother Polite sleep with his wife's daughter and shit, man.
And they practice that polite. They probably all like.
And they all about the black children. That black culture shit is full of trash, man. They don't care about the black children. And a lot of women think they care about them, but they don't care about the black children because they're doing nothing about it. Where all these men with their great athletes making all this money? Where they're setting up a fund for black children that they can play. Where's the guy HBK? They talking about they have homeless drives. What about recreational centers? Nigga, you making money? Because those elites tell you under that 501c3 you can't do that. All the rich athletes, nobody ever think, why Michael Jordan own that, or let me say, LeBron James, soon to retire, why he don't own the pharmacy, man? You know, why don't he own a restaurant, a top restaurant? Well, no, not some little restaurant downtown in the city where a few flock to it. I'm talking about a chain of restaurants. Why don't niggas own that? Why they don't own no gas stations? Why don't the Arabs own the pizza spots? You niggas don't own nothing. And he's still trying to wake up and help black people. The only way black people gonna be helped is if everything get washed down and we get set up on high, then we can help the black people, man. Give Romans 11:27 real quick. So if you believe in the Bible like he said he did, in order to be saved, we not saved. He even admitted we're not saved. Believe in the Bible. Hey, he just one of those old doctrines. Read that, Romans 11:26. Yeah, so all Israel. Yeah, read that.
This is Romans 11:26. And so all Israel shall be saved.
So if all Israel are going to be saved, what the hell are they now? You mean to tell me we're going to save them? We're going to go out there and help the blacks and the children and build them up? Come here, little child. Come here, little child. We're going to make you wealthy in this world. You're still trying to build on a corrupt foundation. Right? If it's corrupt, it's fucking corrupt. There's nothing you can do about that. You have to clean it and wipe it out. When you do an extermination, you don't go exterminate one roach or one mouse. You know, you got to exterminate all of them
with fire.
And the best cleaning agent is fire. This is the sickness of the way our people think. That's the mindset of the effery of a dog chasing his tail.
That's a on their hoodies. He got keys.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's the biggest lie that was ever told, that we're kings right now, man. Your ass ain't no king if you're in subjection to another nation, you jackass.
Well, keep bowing to your woman until your damn back breaks, right?
How the hell you kings, man?
Prince would probably be a better word to say, you know.
Coming up in the roof shit.
Yeah.
That's why we say Yasharala.
Yeah.
We're the Prince of God. You know? We're the sons of God. You know? Right. So his mindset, there's nothing going to be right. First of all, you can't do anything when the people control the money, controls the narrative of everything. Everything. You know what they do for models and little rappers? They hold little host events. Then you go in there, and the black women bring their children in, and the little grimy little Ewok nigga, he goes up in there and say, yeah, not just doing something for black people. And everybody happy and shit. And meanwhile, your niggas still gunning each other down in the street, man. Go ahead.
This is Galatians 4:1. It says, now I say that the heir, as long as he is a child, differs nothing from a servant, though he be Lord of all.
but is under tutors and governors until the time appointed of the Father. Right. So there's a time frame. Jacob is the end of the world. I mean, Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of that follower. So we got to get in what the brother and all of us is really saying. Why are you trying to build in a place that's set to captivity? I think you made a point. You know, you're in prison or whatever, and you're trying to build on a prison foundation. You know, the white man didn't want that. You got to come in power. The only way would be he'll see he don't trust in the Lord.
No.
That's the bottom line.
Yep, that's the
He think we can do it ourselves.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. How many years have we been trying to heal? Get Jeremiah 8:11 real quick. Concubines. Yes, they are. Go ahead. They like to smile in there, man. Jeremiah 8:11.
Yep. This is Jeremiah.
What does the Bible say?
This is Jeremiah 8:11. But they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people, slightly saying, peace, peace, when there is no peace.
They're gonna keep marching. No justice, no peace, no justice, no peace. That's all they're gonna keep doing. And that little nigga, Ewok nigga, he's gonna be walking right behind them. No justice! Look, with his pants hanging down, with a chicken sandwich in both hands, with 4 little minions behind him and shit, man. You know? And then his wives in front of him. Come on, nigga, catch up. Your pants weren't so tight, you'd be able to keep up. You'd be able to lose that big gut you got. You know? And he called me big boy. Look at you, nigga. We ain't little.
And that's when it start getting carnal and out of control. Right. When the name calling starts. Yeah. You know, and that's the shit we avoid. You know, when we say
warfare, not carnal.
Right. When we say, you know, that he was a coon, you know, that wasn't the name calling, it was true. It was true. You know, but then when he said, hey, yeah, you're a big boy, it's carnal, man. You know, come on, man. We're in the time of prophecy, man. That's that school shit, man. And he went, like you said, I saw a little bit of gray in his beard, man. He wasn't a young man. And he's way too old to be acting like that, man. You know? Way too old to be acting like that, man. We're very soft spoken. You know? I got
we'll close up.
Yeah. A little lengthy, a little bit, a couple verses. Let me just get to the main point. Isaiah chapter 65, verse 11. But ye are they that forsake the Lord, Yahweh God is sitting outside, that forget my holy mouth, that prepare a table for that truth, and that furnish the drink offered until that number. All right, I wonder what this is talking about, right? It's talking about the guy that was up here, man. That's a prime example. All right, the black people. All right. Verse 12, it says, therefore will I number you to the sword. That's what the Lord is going to do to the little children, man. He's going to number them to the sword.
That sounds harsh to me.
That's the thing he said, man. That's why we tell you people before you even dare to think about joining, you know, a camp or whatever you want to call it. You know, we tell you that the truth is not for the faint-hearted. And all he kept saying was, well, damn, man, that's a little harsh, ain't it? Right. Yes, it is.
Yeah, because he's about to be under that woman.
No, look, man, the Lord is a man of war.
Right.
What part don't you idiots of that understand, man?
There was a guy that was in our camp years ago. I don't think y'all was in the camp yet. House of mine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he said, man, I can't be today with y'all, man, and y'all got a little kid there, man. He just lost faith. It wasn't because of that. It's just because he didn't want to do it no more.
Stay out. All right. It says, therefore will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. It says, because when I called, ye did not answer. All right. When I spake, ye did not hear, but did evil before mine eyes, and did choose that where I delighted not. You know, that black identity, black culture shit. You know, you just did whatever you wanted to do, man. You know, you called, but you didn't want to hear. Yeah, but you know, I understand that, but no, you don't. You don't understand it. All right. Verse 3, it says that is the main point here.
therefore, thus saith the Lord, Yahweh, behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. All right, behold, my servants. Servants is the underlying word, man. Behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servants shall sing, shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. So it said his servants, man. I mean, what about the rest? That sounds like Matthew, the 13th chapter. You know, in the 11th verse, it said, given to you. Yeah, exactly. Given to you. But the rest is not given. So it's the same thing here, man.
You know? This is Psalms 47 and 2. For the Lord Most High is terrible. He is a great king over all the earth. So
we're terrible for the word terror.
Terror. King of terror.
And when you look that word up, it's fear. Oh, we'll close up. Sounds pretty harsh to me.
And what was that? Lord, this is edified. We want to give all praise, honor, and glory to
Yahweh.
Double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone, and the sincere Shalom to the Akim out here. Doing and pushing the work in truth and in sincerity. Shalom, Mawaf, Wabba,
Shalom, Moaf, Baba.